Everybody wants to find their seat. Ready. All right. I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of. Still got a little echo. Good. All right, that's better. All right, with that, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Saturday, January 27th, 2024. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Wise to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. I'll ask the department to take the roll.
Chairman Caviglia.
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Booth.
Here.
Commissioner Keel.
Here.
Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Walther.
Here.
Commissioner Wise. Here. Commissioner Young.
Here.
All right, thank you. I'd ask the county advisory boards in attendance to please announce themselves.
Eddie Thompson Carson, Jim Cooney, Elko, Kobe Road, Washoe. Glenn Dutch, Mineral.
And then do we have any county advisory boards on Zoom?
Ryan, could you please unmute yourself on Zoom?
Can you tell which cab it is? Ryan Brown's with Washoe. Okay, well, Ryan Brown with Washoe's on Zoom. Any additional cabs on Zoom? No. Okay. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 2, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Sparks? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Jana Wright, Clark County. Yesterday, the commission approved the minutes from the November 2023 commission meeting. The draft minutes weren't posted online, so it makes it difficult to review and comment. Not that I would actually have a comment. So I'm asking the commission to please direct staff to post the approved minutes from yesterday's agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Yes, for the record, Fred Volz. I'd like to amplify what Ms. Wright was just saying, that there seems to be a problem lately with having the support materials also posted before the meeting. We see all these PowerPoint presentations and other things from staff and others, and unfortunately, we in the public have no chance to review those beforehand in order to come up with any sort of reaction to them. So I would hope staff could do a better job of getting these things posted at least a day before the meeting, but preferably 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Any additional public comment? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. Go to agenda item number 16, approval of the agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for January 27th, 2024. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Any questions or comments on the agenda from the commission? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment on the agenda in Sparks? Any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment on the agenda in Sparks? Any public comment on Zoom? No? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers?
All right, if there's no more discussion about today's agenda, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of today's agenda for Saturday, January 27, 2024, as presented.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Agenda item number 17, members' items, announcements and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. And I don't have anything beyond what I had yesterday. Okay. Anything else from the commission? Nothing? All right, keep going. Agenda item number 18, county advisory boards to manage wildlife. Member items, informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So any CAB items in Sparks?
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia and the commission. Good morning. Larry Allen, Humboldt County, for the record. Humboldt County would like to request that we address it at some time in the future. The rifle doe antelope hunt in unit 76 through 81, I believe it is. There's a 9-day overlap with the archery bull season, and it's creating a little bit of issue for the archery bull guys out there. The logistics of trying to do something this year were such that we didn't feel like it was appropriate to recommend a change. But we would like to put it on your radar for possibly 2025 in discussion. The individual that brought the issue up, I'm sure will reach out and try and have some dialogue. But just want to get that on your radar. On the action form, I put some bullets in there, kind of talking points in support for that. So that was from Humboldt Cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Sparks? Cab comment on Zoom? All right, that will keep going. Agenda item number 19, Commission General Regulations Adoption, Public Comment Allowed for Possible Action. 19A, Commission General Regulation 512, Fishing Regulations, Wildlife Staff Specialist Kim Tisdale. The commission will hold an adoption hearing to consider amending Chapter 488 and 503 of the Nevada Administrative Code. This regulation would change vessel motor restrictions, amend tackle restrictions, and reclassify protected species classifications.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Kim Tisdale, staff fisheries biologist, and this is the second workshop for the tackle and motor restrictions and also the reclassification. And so I'm just going to go through this very briefly. I know you have a very busy agenda today. Just one thing of note I wanted to mention, in the commission memo that went out regarding this, we neglected to add Tonkin Springs Reservoir motor restriction on here, although we did include it in the notice of intent, so it was there in the actual support material. We just didn't include it in the memo. So hopefully you did all your homework and read the notice of intent too. So I think we'll go through the motor restrictions first. We have a couple reservoirs, Knott Creek Reservoir, where we're proposing to change the motor restriction from just leave a flat wake where there's actually no restrictions on the type of motor that you can use on your boat. We're proposing to change that to boats without motors or boats with electric motors only. As you'll recall from the September meeting, we did get a petition from the Eureka County Game Board. They requested that we propose similar regulations on Tonkin Springs Reservoir. And so that was added also to the NAC changes, and we're asking for that consideration today. So those are the two motor restrictions. The tackle restrictions that we're proposing are for Hobart Reservoir. We're proposing to change currently, it is artificial lures with single barbless hooks. We're proposing to change that just to artificial lures, just to make it a little bit more easy and accessible for anglers to fish up there, try to lessen the restrictions a little bit. Smith Creek Reservoir currently has a artificial lures single barbless hooks regulation. We're proposing to just drop that from the NAC and manage it as a Eastern Region General Regulation water. In the past, we had been working with the ranch to try and make that more of a quality trophy fishery, but the ranch has changed hands, and that's no longer the direction for that reservoir, so it doesn't warrant any sort of special regulations. So we're proposing to drop that. And then for the Snake Range High Lakes, we're proposing artificial lures and single barbless hooks. We're in the process working with the National Park Service to restore Bonneville cutthroat trout to those lakes. And for the time being, we would like to require the restrictive tackle just to lessen hooking mortality while that population builds. Once it becomes established, we can consider removing those tackle restrictions. And then the last NAC change is the reclassification of the Dixie Valley toad to endangered. In December of 22, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that the Dixie Valley toad will be listed as endangered, and so we are proposing to update that to reflect it in NAC. If there are if you'd like to take a deeper dive into any of those regulations, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission for Kim? I don't see any. I will take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment regarding the fishing regulations in Sparks? None. Any cab comment on Zoom? No? Okay, any public comment in Sparks? Any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With that, I'll move to adopt Commission General Regulation 512 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to 19B, Commission General Regulation 513, Executive Order Regulations. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi and Kaylee Musso. The commission will hold an adoption hearing to amend chapters 488, 501, 502, 503, and 504 of the Nevada Administrative Code pursuant to Executive Order 2023-003.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the commission, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. The regulations you see before you are a result of the Governor Lombardo's Executive Order Number 3 that directed every executive branch department, agency board, and commission to undertake a review of the regulations and submit a report to the governor's office detailing how those regulations can be removed, streamlined, or clarified. A regulation simplification committee worked earlier last year to provide the necessary regulation changes to meet the requirements of the report, and now we are on the adoption phase of those changes. So during our November commission meeting, a few changes were made to the regulations that are not included in your support materials, but will be added if adopted today. So on page 5 in NAC 502407, we are clarifying the language at the end of subsection 1 to read received by the department in accordance with the deadline established in commission regulation. And I have a visual right there if you can see it. Second. Could the projector be turned on, please? Thank you so much. So right there, you'll see in the bottom at green. So our second change is in the same regulation, but subsection 3B of the same regulation on page 6. We are adding the phrase, all of which must be received on or before the deadline for the application of spring turkey. And so, sorry, also a visual right there. There we go. Okay, so this change would align turkey with similar business rules that the big game questionnaires and deadlines follow in NAC 502405. Okay, and thirdly, we do have a bit of an overlap with our bonus point regulation within this regulation and the one following in the following agenda item, our moose. And so I am asking if NAC 5024188, which is section 6 of this executive order, can be removed from this regulation and heard collectively in our next agenda item. But with that, I'll take any questions the committee might have, the commission might have.
Any questions for Megan? There's a lot in this one. Any questions from the commission, or? You might, okay. All right, let's, we'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Sparks? Cab comment on Zoom? See, any public comment in Sparks? Public comment on Zoom? Okay.
Hi there, Dre Arman for the record. Just wanted to note that the video seemed to have stopped working on the webinar. And if that could be rectified, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Still available on YouTube, but Zoom's feed is dropped on. Okay. Yeah, so it's still available on YouTube. The Zoom feed just dropped. But I think you could still get on Zoom and comment and. Yes, okay. All right,
Gotcha.
with that, any additional public comment? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNitch.
Okay, thank you. You took care of one of my questions with the turkey deadline, the questionnaire, so that's what I was kind of processing and working past. On page 25, so let me see what section this is. It's a big section, I think. Anyway, on page 25 right there, under D, the new proposed D, where it starts, any person engaged in commercial aquaculture. Okay, so when we just, this is the section that we were dealing with when we pulled the permit for the folks with the, what is that, the Australian Red Claw, or whatever the name of the, do we want this in here? It still kind of keeps the door open, and we were talking about not allowing that kind of stuff. I guess maybe the tilapia thing kind of keeps us out there a little bit, but, you know, I guess I'm just asking the question, is this something that we, as long as it's in there, it's gonna be a potential issue?
Thank you for the question. I will phone a friend and reach to our Chief of Fisheries, Chris Crookshanks. I'm not aware of all of the programs or projects that might be out there.
Chris Crookshanks for the record, Fisheries Division Administrator. Give me 1 second to review the regulation. And Commissioner McNitch, what was your specific question regarding this?
So my question was, considering the, you know, that was a little painful, you know, these folks had gotten down the railroad tracks a little bit, and you know, we determined that, you know, that what they were doing caused a threat to the environment and aquaculture and stuff in the Las Vegas Valley there, so we told them you can't do it anymore. This kind of keeps that door open. I know the department can turn around and just say no. But do we want to keep this? I know we've got exceptions like tilapia, we talked about tilapia, but, is there a need to get rid of that? That just allows it, just say, we're just not going to allow it?
I think it'd be my opinion, that it would be appropriate to keep it in there because there's a number of different species that are appropriate for commercial, aquaculture purposes. There's certainly some bad species out there like red claw crayfish and the tilapia, but I think we're covered under the prohibited species lists that we have, and we can address those sort of one by one. But there are a number of appropriate species that could be used for commercial purposes.
That are not on the prohibitive list, is that what
Absolutely.
where you're headed?
Absolutely.
All right, that's fair enough.
Did I answer your question sufficiently?
It does, that helps, thank you. Excuse me, I had, when I was reviewing, I had noticed, on page 27 at the very top, there's a place, and this is, in my mind, already been addressed, but, the very first line up there references, as used in NAC inclusive, and sections 2 to 10 inclusive of LCB file. There's a reference to, something that hasn't been codified yet. So I asked Kaylee yesterday, is this an issue? Has that been codified? And the answer was no. And that LCB does take care of those in the NAC when it's taken care of. But I wanted to note it because I saw that in about 4 or 5 places, and we're referring to a document that, you know, goes between us and LCB. And
Recording in progress.
But once they catch up on their end, they'll come back and clean all that up, so it'll actually have an NAC reference instead. The other question I had is on page 30. The very, very top, under A, this might be a question for Jen. And and it talks about a replacement tag band from the department. Is that from the department, or should that be from the US
Recording in
Fish and Wildlife
progress.
Service?
Good morning. For the record, Jen Newmark, Wildlife Diversity. There. Good morning. Jen Newmark, Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator. I believe that yeah, that's actually a really good question, and I'm not sure I know the answer. I know that we do get replacement bands, and we have some at the department, and so I believe that's why we can say that it comes from the department. But they are issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service, so if we want to be clearer there, we could change the language to say as issued by Fish and Wildlife or something like
It
that.
just was a little different than other portions in the thing, so I didn't know if that was intended to be changed. If you think it's good, I'm good. I just want to make sure that it's,
I believe that it's okay the way it is. And I'll just go and text somebody to make sure, but we had our licensed person review this pretty closely, so I think it's good the way it is.
okay, then I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Right, any additional commission questions or comments? Or motion? Vice Chair Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval on Commission General Regulation 513 regarding the executive order. Again, make a motion for approval as presented with a one noted change, and that is the removal of Section 6 of NAC 502.4188.
And I would ask, I think we had a little bit additional language that's not in our,
Oop, did I miss one?
yeah, I think Megan had 2 spots with some additional language. I would just ask if you would want to include that in your,
Yes, to be
Motion.
inclusive of that as well.
all right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, 19C, Commission General Regulation 514 Moose, Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza and Chief Game Warden Christy Knight. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending chapters 502 and 503 of the Nevada Administrative Code to provide for definitions, fees, and regulations concerning moose. This proposed regulation change is necessary to establish definitions for antlered and antlerless moose, eligibility requirements for a moose tag, and fees for both resident and non-resident antlered and antlerless moose hunts, and to establish requirements for maintaining physical characteristics of harvested moose.
Good morning, Chairman Cavilla and members of the commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. I'll just go back through some of the highlights and bullet points of this regulation change, just so it's clear to members of the audience who might not have been here yesterday. So this particular regulation is being amended to include definitions of both antlered and antlerless moose. It also makes antlered and antlerless moose tags a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And so that should be reflected now, as you can see displayed on the overhead projector here. I don't know, Linda, if there's any way we can get rid of that wolf vision thing on there. If there's, okay. The regulation establishes a fee for resident antlered and antlerless moose of $120. and $1,200 for non-resident antlered and antlerless moose, and that's per NRS 502-250. We cannot exceed those specific fees. It also specifies that within 5 days after harvesting a moose, the successful hunter must present the skull and any antlers of the moose to a department representative for inspection. And per the executive order, you can see now how 502-4188 would line up to be congruent with that specific executive order and how the numbering would work. And on the next page, you can see how wild turkey, now the last item, number 17 in that list. Do you have any other specific topics? Okay. And with that, we'll stand for any question. Oh, sorry.
There's one. Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. There's one more also where you have to maintain the physical characteristics in section 6, 503.173. That's on the original document that you have for 19C.
Any questions from the commission? All right, seeing none, any cab comment in Sparks? None, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay. Any public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barnes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd go ahead and make a motion to approve General Regulation 514 moose as presented.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll go to agenda item number 20, Commission Regulations, Public Comment Allowed for Possible Action. 28, Commission Regulation 2304, Amendment 2, 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 Big Game Seasons. Wildlife Staff Specialists Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee. The commission will consider and may take action to approve an amendment to the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 hunting seasons and dates for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, mountain goat, and moose, including limits, hunt hours, specialty hunt eligibility, animal sex, physical characteristics, and hunt boundary restrictions.
Thank you, Chairman Cavilla. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. I'm just going to provide kind of a general overview of some of the changes before staff comes up. I think each one of them has some specific slides. But just to summarize, so we'll be discussing one minor change to antelope season, horn shorter than ears. One potential change to resident elk antlered and antlerless and illegal weapon depredation hunt for Unit 144 and 145. There'll be a multitude of changes, approximately 13 changes to desert bighorn sheep hunts, including both resident and non-resident hunts and open and closed units. For California bighorn sheep, we are proposing to open hunt unit 035D for the first time. This is the Bloody Run range portion of hunt unit 035. We are proposing to close the antlerless seasons for areas 6, 7, and 10 for the resident junior season and convert those into the standard and non-standard antlered only archery, muzzleloader, or any legal weapon hunt for the 2024 season for juniors. We are proposing a new resident junior mule deer hunt for alternative units for primitive weapons to include archery and muzzleloader. This would create a new hunt number 1106 for this particular hunt option. For adult hunts, we are proposing eliminating the mid-season hunt for hunt units 221 through 223, where that season would basically be absorbed into the early and late hunt periods. And we are recommending the closure of the antlerless mule deer hunt for areas 6, 7, and 10 for the 2024 season, for the adult season. And lastly, we are proposing to establish the first ever resident moose and illegal weapon hunt, which will include multiple hunt units in Elko County with an adequate amount of mature bulls available. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff for some specific slides. Go ahead.
Good morning. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist. So I don't have a lot to prepare. I'll just start off with antelope since we have that. First, we're basically just proposing to eliminate 2 horns shorter than ears hunts for the 2024-25 season. And basically, these herds are just haven't been performing well. We've seen some decreases. We kind of wanted to close these last year, and we just simply, it was like an oversight when we did our 2-year season setting. So we had a pretty low quota. I think we had a quota of 1 in both of these hunts last year. So this is just kind of cleaning that up and closing those seasons. Any questions on the horn shorter than ears antelope proposed season change?
Any question on antelope? So you done? Go ahead.
Do we want to go through all of the big game at once?
You guys want to take it per species, kind of like we do it? Do you want to do antelope, elk, sheep, and deer? Take them in a block, or would you like to do the whole thing? What's the flavor of the commission?
It'd be easier to just do it as by species.
Yeah, let's do it. We could do it. Yep. Yep. We'll do that. So that's the only change to antelope, correct?
That is the only change, yes.
All right, so any commission comments on antelope?
Yes. Back to the comment that Larry Allen made earlier relative to Humboldt County Cab. It seemed to be a conflict between bull elk archery horns shorter than ears, and the archery bull elk tag, the same season. It seems like the bull elk tag would be a more prestigious tag to draw, but what would happen if an individual drew the horns shorter than ears tag and the archery tag? Would that be a game violation because they have a rifle in their pickup? They drew the archery tag?
Commissioner Barnes, or Booth, I'll probably have to kick that one to law enforcement, actually. Christie's here. I don't believe it would be if in the event that did happen, but she can correct me.
Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. So they would not be able to have their rifle with them when they were archery hunting, which means also in their vehicle at the time of hunting. But they could have it at camp.
Well, thank you. I think that goes to, I think we might want to look down the road in changing that potential conflict if a hunter had both tags. And I think it's an interference to the more prestigious, in my opinion, more prestigious bull elk tag. You're out there hunting a bull elk, and then here comes a antelope hunter for horns shorter than ears interfering with the stalk. So just food for thought. Thank you.
Yep.
I guess, Cody, what are your thoughts on that?
So just the overlap in general. I mean, well, for one, for somebody the probability of drawing both of those scenarios is probably almost close to 0. So for the one person that could affect, I don't think, that just seems very unlikely to me. and they could separate it if they wanted to. But in terms of just antelope doe hunting, overlapping bull, I mean, it's never been, we've had these hunts for many years and it's never really been an issue to our knowledge. They really don't typically use the same habitat type. Not saying they couldn't be in a certain area at the same time, but it just hasn't been an issue that I've heard of. So, I mean, we could certainly look at adjusting the dates, like at our next major quota, season setting, and just see if there's a way to make sure that we do that. But we will be limiting ourselves if we did that for like all the antelope hunts where we have, elk hunts.
Correct, yeah, we have a lot of units that have the doe hunt at
Right.
the same time as archery bull hunt. Yep, absolutely. Okay, any additional commission questions or comments specific to antelope? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment specific to antelope and Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment specific to antelope and Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kavuga. With that, I'll move to approve Commission General Regulation 23-04 as pertaining to antelope seasons as presented.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll go to elk.
Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Cody McKee for the record. Elk, or amendments to elk seasons are very minor this year. You'll note that the only changes that are proposed are for our depredation hunt seasons in units 144 and 145. The rationale for those changes, one, although we inform our hunters that depredation hunts can experience very low success, this has at times become a very difficult experience. So by combining 3 seasons into 2 and being consistent with the nearby hunt, depredation hunt in 101 to 103, we hope that we're providing a little bit more time to improve success for those hunters that are in the field and to be more consistent and standardized across the state with respect to nearby hunts. And again, those changes were made for both our antlered and illegal weapon depredation hunt in 144, 145, as well as the antlerless depredation hunt in 144 and 145. Thank you.
All right, any questions for the department specific to the elk? Seeing none, any cab comment in Sparks specific to the elk portion? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Seeing any public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, if there's no other discussion, I'll make a motion to adopt CR 23-04 Amendment 2 regarding elk as presented.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Cox, Bighorn Sheep, Mountain Goat Staff Biologist for the department. Going to run through the several changes that we have for bighorn sheep. So the first one is with our desert bighorn sheep, any illegal weapon, hunt 3151. Unit 173, which is the Toyabe range. We established a management ram hunt last year, and it actually was pretty successful, getting hunters that know that they needed to go to the top of the mountain and put a lot of time into it. And we had started that hunt August 15th, but we still have a regular season hunt. And we did not adjust that season date, and it's not really fair. So that regular season that's under the Hunt 3151 doesn't start until September 15th. So we are proposing to allow that standard season to start the same day as the management ram hunt, August 15th. And so that's that. Going down to Unit 212, which is Lone Mountain. 3 years ago, we had a pathogen spillover. We didn't think it was as severe as it turned out to be. We had a survey last September of 23, and we were blown away at the few animals left. About 1/5 of the animals were only left. So we're striking the double check here. Yeah. As much as I would like to say we're not, but we're going to close that season indefinitely until we see sufficient number of rams and that population recover. And this is going to be a continued theme with a few other of these units. This one's another tough one. Stonewall Mountain, Unit 252 and portions of the NTTR. Thanks. We've been challenged by a disease event that continues to wreak havoc with the lamb recruitment. And in fact, it dates all the way back to 2014. That population across the entire NTTR, including Stonewall, probably numbered 500 sheep back in the early 2010s. And we're probably around 100, 120 left. And we just are seeing single-digit lamb ratios, just have no recruitment. We've attempted a test and remove in there, but logistically, it was just too difficult. They're spread out into multiple subherds across a huge landscape. Although I will give a lot of credit to the Nevada Test and Training, United States Air Force. They were very accommodating to our efforts and giving us the weekends we needed to do that test and remove with helicopter captures, but we just have not been able to find the remaining chronic shedders. So we had one tag in there this year. They were unsuccessful, and so we are recommending to close that season again indefinitely. A bright spot. So the drought really hammered a lot of our Mojave Desert herds, especially those that are dependent almost solely on water developments. And the desert range, we closed that last year due to a very poor aerial survey And we had assumed that the animals probably didn't die, but they moved. They've got sheep range right next door. And we had a great survey this last fall. Over 60 animals were seen, 9 mature rams. So we feel that we've got enough animals back in Unit 282 to accommodate a hunt again. All right, so that's for the resident hunt. Going to the non-resident hunt. And just to talk about, we always have to maybe think ahead and then work backwards on quotas. We're gonna see a significant decline again in desert bighorn tags. Because of that, we're needing to reduce or eliminate a few of the non-resident hunts to maintain that 90-10 split. So we don't have to add, so we don't have too many non-resident hunts to fulfill. So we're gonna close 161, the Tokima range. And they experienced a disease event actually right during the hunts. Our hunters were living it. We had the early rifle, archery rifle seasons where things seemed to be copacetic. Hunters were having a great time, and then all of a sudden, at the beginning of the doe or the ewe season, we had hunters reporting coughing sheep, lethargic activity, and we ended up getting swabs from the ewes that were harvested from several hunters and confirmed that that die-off had just started. So we had active shedding of mycoplasma. So we have not been able to assess the full impact. We do know the strain type of that. In the past, it was anywhere from 10 to 30% adult loss the initial year. So, in fact, Hunter Burkett, our biologist for that unit, he's here this morning, and we're hoping that while the helicopter is in his neck of the woods doing elk surveys, he'll take a John over to the Tokimas and see what numbers we can see. But we're assuming at least probably a 20 to 30% decline in that herd. So we're going to remove both that early and late season. Again, we're recommending shutting down the season for Lone Mountain, so the non-resident hunt would go. And to accommodate the restriction or the reduced tag quotas that we're foreseeing, we're going to also remove the Mormon hunt for the non-residents, Unit 271. Moving on to the archery season. 3161. We think it's best to remove the archery season, both for resident and non-residents for the Tokima range in Unit 161 due to the unknown status of that herd. We've got an adjustment in the season dates for the Stillwater East Range. And that's to make that a little bit earlier. And that's going to coincide with the adjustment in the season for the Wasix Unit 202, which we previously actually had an overlap with the rifle season. So this would correct and not have the archery and the rifle season overlap about a week. So they would be completely separate. And again, the complete closure recommended for all hunts on Lone Mountain, so we'd eliminate that archery season in Unit 212. I just discussed that non-resident closure in 161. Our one-horn ram hunts, we did have a pretty good opening year, but we did identify some unit groups that we thought would be good candidates for that, and it's really a once-in-a-lifetime hunt. And we, based on conversations with the tag holders last year, surveys that we've done, and the other hunters during the regular seasons, we feel like we have not seen a one-horn ram in the unit group 241, 243, 271, which is the Delamars, Meadow Valleys, and Mormons, along with the Sheep Range and the Las Vegas Range. And so we just don't feel it's fair to have someone draw one of these once-in-a-lifetime hunts and not at least know that there's at least one horn ram out there. So we're recommending closing those two. Then our youth seasons, again, due to the unfortunate unknown status of the Tokemas, we're going to close the youth season for Unit 161, both for the resident and the non-resident hunt. You want me to go through all the different subspecies?
Let's just stop with desert.
Yeah, we'll do all the sheep in one.
Okay,
Yeah, do the other two, yep.
okay, all right.
Close the Montana side, keep the double H open.
Okay. Was just asked by our game administrator that if you could consider for 031, which is currently known for the double H's, but if we do reintroduce sheep, we probably should not tease the hunters to go to the Montana mountains. So we probably should remove the Montana mountains as part of that hunt to exclude that portion of Unit 031 in the Montana mountains. One of the other few bright spots is the Bloody Run Hills. We reintroduced that herd in 2019, and they've been doing extremely well. And we've got several mature rams in there. So that sits south of the Santa Rosas, but technically in 035. And if you look down at the description, it's everything east of Bottle Creek Road, which essentially separates the Jackson Mountains to the west and the Slumbering Hills and the Bloody Runs to the east. So we'll have 035C, which is the Jackson Mountain hunt, and then the new hunt we're recommending 035D is that Bloody Run Hills ram hunt. And that's it. So up for questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Cox? Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. I just have one question on Unit 254, the Spectres. I had a couple calls on the unit, they're summering more or less in the specters and then potentially going into fall onto the base, therefore creating issue. I just wanted to bring it up if that's what you guys are seeing too, or if that's not so much of an issue.
Yes, and in fact, we actually collared several animals starting a couple years ago and marked a few more this year, primarily to look at disease surveillance, which we do have issues there, although we are not seeing a depression in that herd. But we weren't able to get the strain type yet. Just know that they've been exposed to mycoplasma. But at the same time, we knew of the movement onto the NNSS, the Nevada National Security Site, the old Nevada test site. And we've collected now a year and a half of data. And so we were waiting to get another year's worth of data to potentially adjust that season that would better accommodate more of their consistent use of the specters before they make that leap north, just across the border into the NNSS and unavailable for hunters. So I probably should have looked at that collar data before today, if there was a chance to make an adjustment in that season. But we haven't looked at that hard yet, but we will for the 2025 season.
One question. On 035, why is that labeled C and D and not A and B?
Yeah, we've got, they're describing other unit.
A and B are already used? in that
Yeah.
area? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, they're for the pine forest and separating out the McGee Mountain portion with the Sheldon.
I was just wondering why it wasn't in chronological order, but
Yes, and I would ask, and I think I saw some of you write that down with your motion, if you could exclude that portion of the Montana mountains of 031. That would be appreciative.
Commissioner Young?
I was gonna make a motion unless there was more questions.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of changes too on this one.
Any additional commission questions or comments? I used to have a comment on 052. I got to hunt it back in the, I guess, the glory days when there was just sheep everywhere. So it's a real, or 252. It's a real bummer to see that now, because it was a special place for sure. Okay, with that, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Sparks?
Good morning, Cobra Washoe Cab, for the record. We had 3 recommendations, which I noticed a typo on our action form. So California Bighorn Sheep Hunt 8151 to close 012-014 and only open 012. And I think the division's concern is sheep movement across Leadville Canyon from 012 to 014. But the sheep population in 014 is extremely low. So instead of giving somebody the opportunity to impact it and make it worse, just close that unit. And then hunt 3181 and 3281 to close unit 268, and that's the Desert Bighorn Sheep U hunt. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krim.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. I know you haven't heard it from me very much. I don't come in here and talk about anybody else's county but our own. But we had talked to Washoe County, and they're wanting to take that 012 and that 014 unit and take the 014 out of it, and we support that for Washoe County. Other than that, we were good with the rest of it.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Sparks?
Mel Belding, Washoe County. I certainly agree with closing down 014 and 012 and opening up just 012. We had the presentation by the field biologist Monday, and he saw 3 rams in 014, 3. So no matter what formula you use, that one ram, the oldest was 5 years old. No matter what formula you use, 50% of the 6-year-old pluses, you don't get a tag. If you use 8% of the total ram population, you don't get a tag. So this unit needs to be closed down. And to address this movement between 012 and 014, if they have the data and the callers, I'd like to see it. But the sheep that move out of 014 into 012 and back into 014 generally stay in the Leadville Canyon. So the Leadville Canyon is definitely part of 012 on the east side, but the majority of those sheep that are leaving the rams into 012 are definitely 014 rams. And we have 3 rams. I just don't know how you guys can say we need a sheep hunt in 014.
Thanks, Mel.
Thank you, Mel. Any additional public comment in Sparks? Okay. Any public comment on Zoom? None. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Hey, Mr. Cox, what are your thoughts on closing 014?
Well, we do have we've always had several unit groups that we've attached to the primary hunt unit that has the majority of the hunting opportunities. So it's not anything new. For example, we've got the Augusta Mountains associated with, and the Fish Creek Mountains associated with the Clan Alpines. So people are free to hunt in 153, but chances are they're not going to find any sheep. But we've had movement and animals in there. Same thing with the Egan's associated with the Hykos, North Hykos. There are sheep in there, but and we tell people when they call that, yeah, the majority of the rams are in this mountain range, this unit. Same thing with the Mount Irish, with the Pranigats. We had in the Mormons, we had attached 242. There was some rams seen in the south end of the Clovers, so we just threw that in. So it's not unprecedented that we'd have a unit that has a small herd, does have some mature rams, and but when people call us, we're going to say, yeah, we definitely have more mature rams in 012 in the Calicos. So I don't think we're going to hurt anything. If people can't find them, then they're not going to kill them. And there is quite a bit of movement. Up on the screen is just 3 collared rams that we've had in the last couple years. And you can see that the left 012, the left 014, the granites, that yellow collar, he went across and spent quite a bit of time, both, and then ram that was predominantly in the Calicos and the blue dots, he made his way in and out of granite, so, anyway, we definitely will likely continue to see majority of the rams killed in the calicos, but we just feel like it's, why take that opportunity for the person to hunt in both units?
I guess, what did you guys classify for rams in 014? As far as, what do you think's the age class? You only saw 3 rams, right?
Three mature rams. But that's what we saw, and, so yeah, that's what we saw.
I do know, like, looking at the California Big Out checkout last year, I got it at the sheep show, right? I got the bootleg version. We killed a lot of young California sheep. And I know, we all know with sheep hunting, the goal is to kill old rams, not young rams. We kill a lot of young California rams, which I don't believe is ideal for anybody, other than opportunity. I'm a little torn on that, but we did, looking across the board. And I'm curious, though, when we're calling those 014 rams mature rams, what are we aging those? What are we classifying as a mature ram? Age-wise?
Yeah, well, it's 5 years or older. In our class, we have a class 1, 2, 3, 4. And, yeah, it is, during my entire career, I put a lot of time into our Bighorn seminar. And, that's our one opportunity to encourage, highly recommend to the tag holders that we would not issue tags in the unit groups without having ample mature rams. And so take your time. Some units, some hunts, you've got 2 months. Most of them you have a month. And so it has been disappointing to see hunters killing those young rams. It's a free country. They can kill any ram, but I would like to see them take mature rams, but I cannot make them. But we will not issue tags unless there's mature rams in those unit groups.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Cox. So if you were to eliminate 014, what does 012 look like for mature rams? Is that creating a huge concern, or is it more of a migratory, they might go over there, so hunters might go over their situation? Can 012 stand on itself?
Yes, same as all the others, We wouldn't really need to add the Clovers onto the Mormons or the Egan's onto the Hykos, but yeah. The world will not end.
Additional questions or comments? Commissioner McNinch?
So is it a goal to have 014 stand on its own?
No.
I think that's the point, that's where the rub is. The department's just seeing them as an extension of 012, and we're, and there's concern that, that walks away from establishing, a herd that can handle hunting on it in and of itself, so.
Yeah, and Commissioner McNinch, we are, along with Wildlife Services, we've done quite a bit to help that herd. And we're seeing positive things happen in the Granite Range, but it's still not where it needs to be. And, we're even considering an augmentation if we can continue to have that predator control, to allow that herd to build above its threshold that we feel like it still needs to get to yet.
And then I don't recall, but have we at any time in the past had a standalone 014 hunt?
Yes, for over a decade, yeah.
And that's where now we can't have a standalone 014 hunt, but we can add it to another unit to allow somebody to hunt in it. Yeah.
And I had a friend that had that tag a few years ago, and he was very frustrated. He waited a long time for it. So, he was no different than some of the other folks that we've heard from. But, you know, I think that, you know, the combining them is kind of taking that, you know, and the word is out, you know, like, hey, you're not guaranteed of a sheep in 014. It's not like other areas of the state. So I think combining them kind of takes that expectation of, you know, if somebody got an 014 tag, you know, it can be slim pickings, but you combine it with these other ones and, you know, they have opportunities still, so.
And I guess I'm kind of torn on it because it's the, okay, 014 can't stand on its own legs, so we throw it in with another unit. Or do you let 014 get a little reprieve from hunters and see if those sheep can't come back a little bit? It's kind of, you can look at it either way, you know? I'm only one person up here, so. Any additional questions, or Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, and I mean, I think just to clarify, unless I'm missing a point, so if someone jump in here and help me out, but I don't think Washoe, Lander, or Mr. Belding are suggesting well, and if it gets that way, then great, but suggesting that 014 stand on its own, they're suggesting closing it. You know, we see where it gets. It could be added at some point back into 012. I think their point is, look, we need to let that unit stabilize and see where we end up. Am I missing something there?
No, I believe that's what their intent is.
You know, and this is at least the second time I've heard this from some members of the CAB in Washoe, and in particular, Mr. Belding. I mean, my inclination in terms of the discussion on this particular issue is, you know, maybe we do that and we see how 014 ends up. And we're hearing from the department that 012 can be a standalone hunt for the time being. And perhaps we should see where we can get with closure in 014.
Commissioner Young.
I appreciate the comments from Lander, Washoe, and Mr. Belding, and with the 3 Rams, I'm definitely starting to lean towards closing it, even though it can be migratory. That's just kind of a comment, kind of where I'm thinking, just because of the extremely low numbers and where it's at right now.
Commissioner Keel.
Thanks, Chair Caviglia. I guess with that and trying to gauge what everybody's going through, I think I'll take a stab at moving Commission Regulation 2304 Amendment Number 2 as it relates to the bighorn species to adopt as presented with the following changes to any legal weapon hunt, 8151 California bighorn sheep, removing 014 and having unit 012 be a standalone hunt, adding a footnote to unit 031, adding footnote E to exclude the Montana mountains from that hunt in the event that we're able to augment that unit with additional sheep this year.
A motion? And a second? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Oh, Commissioner McNitch.
I'll just I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. Well, one may or may not. But, you know, those same sheep that we perceive that we're protecting in area 014, you know, we know at least one of them's going back and forth into 012. I suspect others are. So I'm really not sure what we're gaining by this. I'll support it. I'm not really sure 100% why, but the motion, but I don't know what we're protecting here. You know, to what end? I mean, what's gonna be the trigger for us to reopen that? You know, I mean, really. So, and the other is, you know, we're gonna be I hate to start this now, but we're gonna be talking bear stuff here pretty soon, and, you know, I wonder if we will be having the same conversation with bears that we are right now, over concerns with, you know, an area, a unit.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we will go to mule deer.
All right, on to mule deer. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So I'll just kind of quickly run through the proposed changes, kind of an overview. You have it in your support material, but just to kind of clarify, like on page 7 on my support material, what's on the screen here, we're not really closing these units. We're, as much as we are moving them to the standard, non-standard, antlered only. And a lot of these things are kind of connected at the hip, so I'll probably just try to go through them all. The reason we were moving those is because we were proposing to also remove the doe hunts in areas 6, 7, and 10. And so if you'll recall, a few years ago in policy 24, we added in that we're only going to have the option for antlerless and antlered hunts where we have open doe hunts. So these kind of go together. And then on to we're adding sort of a new proposed hunt structure, again, based on some of the stuff that was discussed in the TAC committee for several years and kind of some of the recommendations from that. Try this alternative primitive weapon antlered only hunt. Only proposing to do this in 8 units are considered alternative units. So basically splitting out the archery and muzzleloader as a standalone season so that juniors could hunt either the archery or muzzleloader season if they have that tag. That would be a separate choice on their hunter choice on their application. And then below that, we have the 1106 antlered only. So this would just be, if you apply for that, you could only hunt in these units with any legal weapon. And then moving on, beyond that, there's just really one minor change on the resident and non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon. 1331, 1332, which is going to be on page 14. And that is simply to eliminate the 3-tiered structure for area 221, 223. Just basically going to the kind of the standard early late season structure on there that we have for many of our other hunts. And those are our proposed changes for mule deer.
All right, any questions for Cody from the commission? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So closing down the doe hunts, I don't have a problem with that. I hope it doesn't become an issue at some point where if the department's telling us it's important to get back on those, there might be a time for that. So I don't see that this is in my mind, isn't a permanent thing. It's just something that needs to be done now. Just like when we have them, it's just something that needs to be done then. So, but my question is how do removing these hunts affect the junior hunt?
Yep, Commissioner McNish. So that will have some ramifications. Generally speaking, it actually reduces the overall opportunity. By my calculations, it would eliminate about 250 junior tags. That's kind of a hypothetical scenario using last year as an example of if we were to have done that last year. However, we have thought that through as well, and I mean, we have some plans or at least proposals to kind of mitigate that a little bit. There's several things we could do to, even though juniors would only be able to hunt bucks, we could still shift some of the tags to those juniors. Granted, they're not gonna be able to hunt a doe, but there'll still be some opportunity there.
And I don't see how, you know, if it's necessary to close the U-Hunts, we're not gonna dodge this. You know, I mean, this is something that would happen one way or the other. This isn't have to do with the things that we've been doing with the junior hunt up to this point. This would have happened anyway, at any given time. So, but I think it just exacerbates that whole conversation. That whole point for me is, you know, I do look at the junior hunters are kind of vulnerable in a lot of ways, and now we're adding this, you know, this necessary management aspect where we're removing the doe hunt, and it kind of leaves them, you know, they're packing a little bit of, you know, it's impactful. So, you know, I guess that'll be done during quotas and stuff, you know, where we can mitigate that a little bit. Is that what you're suggesting, Cody?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then, you know, regarding the future, it's hard to predict the future. Or I wish I could, but things are looking promising. Just, you know, with this is mainly in response to the winter that we had last year. We know we lost quite a few deer in some of our big units. They can come back, and when they do, we probably will be coming back with doe hunts proposals in the future. But we want to allow them to grow for now. And when we feel like we need those, we will bring them back. And we have other options. If we really needed an emergency type of hunt, we have those as well. Like if there's a huge fire or something, some scenario, we could try to get those back quicker.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments for Cody? Commissioner Young?
It's just a comment. I want to credit Mr. Schroeder and the department for pivoting quickly. Last winter was devastating across the West on mule deer and a lot of species, and I'm in support of removing the antlerless hunts. It's very unfortunate we're here right now, but I support the move, and like Cody said, trying to grow the herds back and then re-engaging on the antlerless hunts. I'm very supportive and great work.
Vice Chair Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo what some of the other commissioners have said, it's unfortunate that you know, there is some potential loss for the junior hunters with the removal of the doe hunts. But I think given the dire times that we're in with our mule deer herd in Nevada, that it's certainly justified, and I support that. But one question that I did have in terms of the hunt in 221 through 223, I know there was the 3 seasons in there, the early, the mid, and the late. And I know we're removing or proposing to remove the mid, but I'm just curious the justification for an early and a late and not just having one single shortened season.
Yeah, I mean, we have this structure in our management guidelines, I guess, and I don't think this one falls into that category. We could certainly consider that. This is, you know, we still want to provide some opportunity. The kind of the design of the early and the late structure was to provide more opportunity for early season hunters and then provide a fairly, you know, premium opportunity, but limited for late guys who could get into a little bit of that rut period. I mean, we could certainly consider that. We are shaving off a few days already, going back to November 5th. So, you know, and mostly this is in response to this herd definitely declined. We set the quota back a lot. So this 3-tiered structure was primarily to spread people out back when we had a lot higher quotas. We don't anticipate having higher quotas this year, probably not for the immediate future. So this just kind of gets it back to that structure that we've used for some of those others. We still want to provide, you know, as much opportunity for those early season guys, but give a you know, a quality hunt for the guys who do draw the late season tag and kind of spread them out a little bit still.
And I myself like the late hunt. It kind of mirrors our other, I guess your other kind of big units with the early and late in southeastern Nevada. And, you know, we have that in multiple units, right? The early and the late. So I myself like leaving that late hunt 22 myself, but. Any additional questions or comments from the commission? Regarding mule deer? All right, seeing none, any cab comment specific to mule deer and Sparks?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko. If you recall, a year ago, I was sitting in a similar position, talking to this same commission, requesting that the doe hunts be eliminated up in our big areas, areas 6, 7, and 10. I appreciate the department's approach to this, and we're in support of the elimination of the doe hunt. I do believe that during the quota setting will be an appropriate time to address the reduction in the junior tags that Commissioner McNinch has mentioned. So we're supportive of the changes.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any additional cab comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? No? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the department, let them know how much I appreciate the elimination of the doe hunts up in our area. I live in Area 10, and I think everybody pretty much knows how concerned I am about that herd right now after the winter that we went through. It was tough. They survived. I feel good about the core group of deer that we have left. It pretty much eliminated the weak. And so I think what we have there now is a good core group to kind of maybe get that thing going. Like I said, I'm extremely concerned about the herd, even so much that on the drive down, I even flirted with the idea that maybe we should even eliminate the antlered hunt. But got to Reno, had a chance to visit with the department. They share some of the same concerns that I do, maybe not extreme as I do, but they have the same concerns. And I think as we move forward, I'm gonna go ahead and support the antlered hunt, but we need to take a serious look when we get to the quotas, kind of where we are. We don't have a lot of numbers to work off of yet. Something that I think that maybe in the future, it would be awful nice at this meeting if we had the harvest information back. I know we'd have to do some changes somewhere so we could get the return cards, that date moved up. But it would be awful nice when we're sitting here looking at season settings to know what that harvest information was, to know if we know is it something that we need to address now, or do we address it at the quotas? But I would really like to see that harvest information brought forward earlier. And I think we have a regulation coming up where maybe we can address that. But those are a couple comments, like I say, but I do want everybody to know how concerned I am about that deer herd in Elko County. I mean, like I say, I think we're set right now for them to do some good things, but it's gonna take a while to get us where we need to be, and I'm not comfortable where we are. But like I say, I think there's potential to get there. We just need to be kind of cautious how we proceed so we can get that herd where we need him to be.
Okay, any additional commission questions or comments specific to mule deer? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of in the same boat, just in different arena here. I don't have a problem with doing away with the doe hunts this year. I mean, when they're necessary, in my mind, they're necessary, and when it's best not to, I'm okay with that. It's not a problem. My concern, I'm trying to be adaptable and flexible. I'm not real happy about all the changes that are going on to the junior hunt. Maybe I'm just stuck in the past. I don't know, but I'll support them. And I just continue to ask that we do the best we can to monitor that, to check to see how, what we're doing is affecting that and impacting, the juniors, without them being recruited at some point into this system. I do see it as as damaging to our efforts to conserve wildlife. That's where it all begins in my mind. And so, so with a little trepidation, I'll support it. But I'm still concerned about everything that we're doing with the junior hunts. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any additional commission questions or comments? Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt that portion of CR 23-04 amendment to regarding mule deer.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank
you. That we will go to Moose.
Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Cody McKee again for the record. I did put together a little presentation, so I'm going to switch monitors here. It might take me a minute to get up and running. You can leave it here if you want. Linda, could you change the screen over? Thank you. So, as the commission and probably many attendees are going to be familiar with a lot of the information that I present today, I did want to take the chance to go over some of our highlights for those that were not able to be here. And I guess you could say I'm doubling down a little bit on some of the information that the department's collected, and a couple clarifications. No information has changed from the presentation I gave yesterday. Again, acknowledging the many department personnel that have been involved in data collection, data analysis, fielding public calls. It's been numerous. Despite moose not being a formally hunted species as of yet, they have taken up quite a bit of bandwidth for several members of our agency. So the first slide I want to go over is a depiction of our observations that have occurred in Nevada since 1950. This figure shows the blue crosshatches show observations that have been collected, and you'll see they're widely distributed mostly through Elko County, with a few occurring outside those boundaries. One thing to really keep in mind here is in about 2013, we started to notice an uptick in the frequency of those observations. So from 1950 to the early 2000s, observations were very sporadic and did not seem to show any kind of pattern with respect to the population status. In 2023, you'll see a very noticeable spike in the number of observations that we received. This spike was influenced in part by a department's request for observations using the attached QR code that you'll see here on this slide. This resulted in about a 300% increase in the number of observations that we received compared to the year before. The previous 5 years, we received about 57 observations annually on average. So next is the animation that I showed yesterday, where we can look at the distribution and frequency of those observations starting in the year 2000. Hopefully this works. It takes about a minute. I'm going to walk the commission through as this goes. You'll see the year at the top. Again, starting in 2000, you can note not a lot was happening with our reported observations. As we go through the early 2000s, you start to see those observations pop on the map. We get to about 10 years ago in 2013, and they become more numerous as well as more widespread within the state. And then we hit 2023, and you can see the real distribution of those observations. So the department began monitoring moose directly using radio collars in 2020. We've now had 4 years of monitoring of those animals. Some important takeaways from survival and production includes annual adult survival for our moose is 98%. Surviving across all 4 years of monitoring is 92%. We had one cow mortality that occurred in 2023. And then we can jump over and look at calves. And yesterday I presented 14 calves being recruited. So those would be 14 calves produced by the monitored cows. And I pointed out that this was a notable number, but I think that it makes more sense when I translate that to a number that the commission's probably a little bit more familiar with, and that's calves per cows. And so when we translate that to our calf to cow ratio, that would yield 73 calves per 100 cows, or roughly 0.75 calves per cow was produced annually. And what I want to point out is in a review of the literature, generally what we see is stable to slightly increasing moose populations have an annual survival rate of about 87 to 90% and a calf ratio of around 40 calves per 100 cows. So you'll note here that our adult survival is much higher than what has been described in a stable to slightly increasing population. And you'll note that our calf to cow ratio based on our cow monitoring is substantially higher than 40 calves per 100 cows. And one thing to note about moose in general is because they're relatively long-lived, high adult survival can compensate for low calf production. But what we're seeing currently in our population is that's not the case. We have both high adult survival as well as high calf ratios. So only more recently have aerial counts been productive for us. Despite their size, coloration, moose are antisocial, and they like to get into thick canopy cover, as was highlighted by Mr. Garrison from Washington yesterday during his presentation. However, we have been logging observations from our aerial surveys. We've been doing that for a number of years, but I think that more recently those observations are of value. So 84% of our moose that we counted and that we're attributing as unique, so 55 in total, were counted during ancillary flights for deer and elk, and then we also conducted a standalone moose survey. All in all, again, we counted 55 unique moose with a ratio of 110 bulls per 100 cows and 55 calves per 100 cows. And again, that's a little bit different than what we saw in our monitored moose. And the monitored moose ratio that I provided is an average over 3 years. So there's always going to be variation from year to year in what we see in those production values. On our right, this is our estimated moose abundance using our population model that we use for all of our species. So again, we can take important demographic parameters like adult survival, bull to cow ratios, and calf ratios, and put them into our models, and this gives us an idea of the population size. So currently, in 2023, we estimate our population to be just over 100 animals, about 107. I do want to note that if we look back to 2018 and 2019, our population was around 40 individuals, and we've gone over double that today. That really highlights the propensity for moose populations when they meet a threshold, a minimum threshold, how quickly their numbers can grow. Okay, so I wanted to just jump into the proposed hunt area, which you'll see here in this figure, highlighting our unit groups. This also includes 2023 observations. And then if you recall, the orange polygons on this map represent the home range of our monitored moose. And again, observations that were reported to the department last year, of those, 67% fell outside of these polygon boundaries that are based on the distribution of our monitored moose. And we only had one public observation out of 170 total observations last year of a radio marked moose. We also include the season dates, the proposed season dates. This was developed in consultation with our other western states that have hunts. Most of them include the month of October within their season dates, and that's because that coincides with the moose rut. And that's a time where especially our bulls become more active and more visible on the landscape, and it increases the likelihood that you'll be able to find those animals. And I just wanted to take a minute now to kind of go over what this moose hunt could mean to the department. This is going to provide us with critical information about our age structure. It's going to address some of the imbalanced bull ratios that we've talked a little bit about. And in localized areas, I think it does have the potential to reduce added stress to our females during the rut. It's a small population, but as we know in ungulates, males contribute very little to the health of the herd except for sperm. And that's the fact of the matter. Our population growth is driven by female productivity. The removal of a handful of males can potentially add value to the nutritional condition of our females and help them survive, help them produce calves, and help those calves meet or live to recruitment. Further, and it was highlighted by Mr. Cox earlier, the department offers hunts with multiple tags for species that have smaller populations and lower sex ratios. We talked about a bighorn sheep hunt today that has 60 individuals and multiple mature rams. And we did approve that hunt. And I also just want to add a side note to this conversation that the species that we're talking about, like elk and bighorn sheep, their males reach sexual maturity at an older age than moose. So typically what western states see is around 5 years of age is when that peak of maturity is achieved. So we're dipping our toes in the water in the moose arena. We will not be offering a tremendous number of tags. It will likely be counted on individual fingers. And we're going to be evaluating the effectiveness on an annual basis. But I assure the commission and those in attendance that this decision is not being made lightly. It's rooted in sound science, and it's going to be a sustainable opportunity going forward. And with that, I'm happy to take questions, and I can pull the CR back up and put it back up on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Any questions for Cody regarding the moose hunt from the commission? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment in Sparks on the moose hunt? Any cab comment on Zoom? No. Okay, any public comment specific to the moose hunt?
Thank you. Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. Once again, I want to thank the staff biologist, or I don't know if you're a staff biologist, but Mr. McKee. He's done a very amazing job on presenting this, and I'm kind of resigned to the fact that we're going to have a moose hunt. So sorry to all the activists who are listening, who are rolling over right now. But I'm resigned to that, but once again, I want to reiterate that what we're doing here in terms of looking at science and spending so much time and attention on the animal, we really need to do that with other animals, and you're going to be hearing a lot about that this afternoon. Also, the passion and stuff that like Mr. Cox and Mr. McKee have shown for their respective animals is pretty wonderful from an activist standpoint. From a wildlife watcher standpoint, I'm certainly not a moose expert, but I've done a lot of traveling. I've been actually, unfortunately, too close to a mother moose and her baby by accident in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. But these are big, strong, very intelligent animals. I have seen a moose wait 17 seconds and look both ways, right and left, before he crossed the road in Alaska. I'm not saying that, I'm not doing anthropomorphism here. I'm just saying that these are big animals. I've also seen, unfortunately, the devastation that happens to these animals when people feed them. When I said yesterday about caring for animals, I didn't mean feed them. I was thinking of extended, waterways, making sure they were able to get to alternative waterways if necessary. I would like to see a plan where we have a public service plan informing people. I know of two out of Reno alone, organizations that are planning moose photography. And the areas where there's photography, in the Elko, I know there's also lots of colors and it's gonna be a great experience. So you just don't represent hunters, and I know you know this, you represent all of us. And there needs to be some sort of coordination with how this great Nevada secret has come about, that we have moose and everybody wants to go see them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Sparks?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, commissioners, Larry Johnson, for the record, just representing myself. My comment really starts off with, wow. Who would have ever thought this? Coming to Nevada in 1967, I saw my first moose in Nevada about 10 years ago in Independence Range. I called Caleb McAdoo on my cell and said, I'm looking at a cow moose. And he said, no big deal. We've had 6 or 7 reports so far this year. No big thing. Who would have ever thought that we would be at a point where we can have a moose hunt in Nevada? Wonderful things happen in nature. That's all I can say. And again, hats off to the department for your recommendations. It is an appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Any additional public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Stephanie Myers from Las Vegas. As I said yesterday, there is no good reason to begin this new hunt of moose. It'll be nearly impossible to go back once you've started this. There's no management plan, no hard science, and the numbers are too low. They are way too low to begin a hunt. Please do not move forward with this hunt. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? No. Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of comments. First, I wanted to thank Cody and the department for doing a great job on the presentations the last couple of days, and certainly the good work that have been done over a number of years. Again, thank you. I applaud all of your efforts. I am certainly supportive of the of this particular item. However, excuse me, I think it was Commissioner McNinch yesterday that brought up the notion of a moose plan, much like we have with our other species. I think that's something going forward as we continue to, in the infancy stage of this process, is that something I think that would be the next step in the evolution that we need to think about, consider, and come up with some type of defined moose plan specific. But I am supportive of this. Very exciting. Thank you.
And I guess I have to mirror those statements as well. I do think we need a plan, and we do need, I think every other hunt we have some criteria set up, formal criteria. And I'm absolutely supportive of the hunt, but I do believe it's necessary to come up with a plan and hunt criteria going forward. I mean, we saw Washington State yesterday, right? They have their, they're in a different boat than us, but I fully believe the department could come up with something on that. So, additional questions, or Commissioner Barnes?
Ready for a motion?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. McKee.
Cody McKee again for the record. I do appreciate Commissioner Rogers, Commissioner Cavilia, the rest of the commissioners just recognizing the effort that went into both these presentations, but also to get to where we were at. And I do hear you regarding our management plan. There's no reason that those can't be parallel. We can't have parallel efforts. One, an ongoing hunt with very minimal quota, as well as the development of some criteria that we might be targeting. And again, some of that criteria we can't meet until we start harvesting some individuals that better understand age structure and demographics. So again, I hear you. I did want to point out that with the passing of the moose regulations earlier today, that does necessitate the commission's input on the proposed season drafted here. So you'll note that we've identified this as a resident moose hunt. That was using our previous authority. This would need to be changed to resident antlered moose. You'll note that there's a symbol on the hunt units that denotes that hunters may only take a moose with one visible antler. That can now be removed because we have antlered moose defined in CGR. But I would recommend the addition of a symbol that identifies the requirement, the mandatory harvest check-in within 5 days that was also approved today, so that hunters are aware from the onset of the requirement should they draw this tag.
Cody.
All right, I'll try it.
All right, go for it.
Okay, I would move to adopt CR 23-04 Amendment 2, resident antlered moose, any legal weapon, hunt 10-151, and with the addition of a symbol to identify the mandatory hunter check-in upon the harvest of a moose.
Motion, and I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And we've been going for a bit, so let's come back at 10:40, take a little break. All right, if everybody wants to make their way back to their seats, we'll get going again. All right, with that, we're gonna go to agenda item number 20B. Commission Regulation 23-10, Amendment to 2024 Heritage Tax Seasons and Quota. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz. The commission will consider amending the regulation for the 2024 Heritage Tax Species, Seasons, and Quota regulation to add a mandatory call-in number for all the specialty bighorn tag sheep holders to verify which units are closed.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Administrator. The department is proposing clarification language to the 2310 Heritage Tag Seasons for this year, the 2024. We are proposing that we require the specialty tag bighorn sheep holders to call an 800 number prior to hunting daily for information on closed units when they have been met. We are also going to require that they call in on the number and report if they have harvested by 9 p.m. on the day of harvest. With that, I will take any questions that the commission has.
And just to be clear, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote because we have already sold one of those tags last weekend and I am associated with that tag, so I will not be partaking in this one, this discussion. So with that, any questions or comments for Kim? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing this, there's one thing that change that I would like to talk about, and that is under the middle of the page there where it talks about bighorn sheep unit group quota. Directly underneath that box where in blue it has heritage tags exclude. And if we could possibly change that portion of heritage tags to bighorn sheep specialty tags, just to have some consistency with all of the other bighorn sheep specialty tags.
I see that all the other CRs do reference that particular type of tag for specialty, like, so I'm looking forward into the Silver State, and it does that, we have that same sentence in there as well, and it says Silver State excludes as well. We could change them across all the CRs to just say bighorn sheep specialty tags, is that what you're requesting?
Yes.
We could do that.
Any additional questions or comments for Kim? Any cab comments?
Paul Dixon, Clark Cab. We had one thing is under the check-in time, you have PST, Pacific Standard Time. It should just be Pacific Time because especially tag holders cross over daylight savings time and standard time for their hunts. So it should just be Pacific Time, not Pacific Standard Time, because standard time is not always here. We have daylight savings. That was our only comment, and that goes across all the specialty tags. Thank you.
Kobe Row Washoe Cab. We recommended on the Nelson Bighorn sheep to align the date with the other big game species to August 1st. And we realize that still may be early when the animals are reliant on the water resources, but we recommend to push that back. Thank you.
Okay, any additional cab comment? Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Sparks? Public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, Ms. Munoz, if there's any issue in changing that time that was proposed by the Clark Cab from Pacific Standard just to Pacific?
I guess that would be fine. I'd have to look up the actual formalities of that. I'm not versed with the time zone formalities, daytime, daylight savings. Like if it's PST, we just have always used PST on all of our stuff, so. If you would like it changed, we can change it.
It's PDT if it's daylight, by nomenclature. Nomenclature is PDD for daylight savings and PST for standard. And in our state, it's an hour difference, so. That's all. I know it's a weird thing, it's just grammatical.
If there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and move to make a motion. All right, so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt Commission Regulation 23-10, Amendment 2. This is for the 2024 Heritage Tag seasons. And again, make a motion to adopt as presented with two noted changes. One being the reported time in changing that to just a Pacific time. And then also the other noted change of language from heritage tags to bighorn sheep specialty tag.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. And then, again, I'm not gonna partake in this motion, but for Kim, in the agenda, we noticed this as an amendment 2, and then our backup, it says amendment 3.
It is two. That was,
Okay.
I thought we had admitted it one other time, so that was my mistake.
I just made, just for clarification for the record, so, and you did reference amendment 2 in the motion. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh,
I apologize. I don't know if this is, I caught something or I did not. On the second page, under portions of hunt units, 252, 280, and 281, 282 generally in that? Because we removed the 282 hunt, did you guys remove that last time? Because that is a base hunt. Where it says portions of hunt unit 252, 282, 281 are within NTTR. 282 is not in there, is my question. And because that hunt was removed last year and now we're putting the hunt back in, is 282 supposed to be considered?
Can I phone a friend?
Of course.
Thank you, friend.
We normally have allowed, Mike Cox for the record, Nevada Department of Wildlife, the units that are restricted by Nellis, the NTTR, as long as they abide by the season dates. So I think if, with the approval of 282, we should strike that.
So you're saying include it or leave it as?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I thought it was.
You're
okay,
saying
yeah,
include it?
Include it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you've got the pint waters in there and the spotteds, then, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Young, for finding that and seeing that.
And then Tommy. All right,
Mr.
but-
Walter.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just wondering, I'm not in opposition of it, but I'm wondering if we change, from heritage tags to language of, specialty tags throughout all of these, are we potentially creating any unforeseen issues down the road by not leaving it specific as to each tag and regulation?
I'm not gonna partake in this one, but they would all be identical at that point, which that is the intent of that chart.
Mike Cox, Nevada Department of Wildlife. If it's just on for the table, is that referring, was that Commissioner Rogers? Because I think the formula was to accommodate all of them, PIW, Silver State, Dream, Heritage, that they would be combined and that no matter which specialty tag holder was harvesting, they'd have to be limited by that max.
Right, so this would allow like the one horn ram management, right? It would be included where before it was not for the quotas.
It excludes the management hunts, yeah. I would say that table, and that's the only, it's straight,
They're gonna change it on all of them.
yeah. Yeah, because it does refer to all specialty tags in that table. Yeah, so I would agree.
That's okay.
I may
Yeah,
have
I mean,
other
that's- I just wanna
disagreements, but
clarify, so.
that is, yeah, I would agree that that's correct. To change it to specialty, because all the specialty tags are accounted for in that table.
Mr. Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One other one, in looking at the unit numbers here, Mr. Young pointed out the omission of Unit 282, but also on there is Unit 252. So Unit 252 was a unit that we proposed closing today. So would that need to come off of this list as well? I think the answer
Staff
is yes.
Specialist Cox is indicating yes.
Yes, all right.
Go ahead, Megan.
Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. With the proposed change of amending the sentence under the table, instead of heritage tags to bighorn sheep specialty tags, I would just like to ask, are we limiting ourselves to open the door for maybe not so much heritage, but a concern to like PIW, which uses the seasons assigned to hunts? Are we going to limit ourselves to only excluding bighorn sheep, but we have like an elk depredation tag to seasons for a different species? Is just a concern and a thought. Please consider that before we make that change.
I guess, again, I'm not gonna vote on, this chart is specific to bighorn sheep.
Correct, but the limitation under allows for the potential of somebody to take advantage of a depredation elk season on the PIW tag, where seasons match and align with general hunt seasons. So less of a concern for heritage specific, more of a concern for other specialty tags. That makes sense.
Mike Scott for the record. We also closed Unit 212, and I think that should also be reflected in that language below, so.
Go ahead, Commissioner McNich.
Okay, I thought this was gonna be one where I'd just gonna sit by the sidelines, but I guess you've kind of taken me into maybe I have concerns now, I'm not sure what those are exactly, but the unintended consequence, concept for sure, and I don't know, maybe we're better off just sticking with the heritage tag, the existing language all the way around. I mean, sometimes it's better to be consistently wrong than being inconsistent. You see what I'm saying? So there's something about leaving the PST, and, you know, if it's not quite right, at least it's all the same. We didn't create it in other places, and with the heritage tags, maybe there's I'd hate to get to March, April, or March, May, and find out that we've got a real problem there somewhere because of language that we changed in here right kind of on the spur. So my inclination is just to go with the way it was proposed. That's just kind of where I'm at right now.
I guess I didn't want to get involved in this one, but being that we've weaved in PIW, Dream Tag, and that into one. So in PIW and NRS and NAC, don't we define if they can hunt in depredation hunts, emergency hunts? Is that already defined in the NRS or NAC?
That is, Management Analyst Manfredi, for the record, to my knowledge, that is not a limitation, so.
Right now, like last year, somebody could have hunted a PIW hunt and a depredation hunt.
And speaking on behalf of the department, I do not believe that the depredation or management hunts are a season in which we want the specialty tags to utilize.
So the intent of the department in the future agenda items is to make that change.
Yes.
So we never had that before.
No.
Okay. And I didn't want to get onto this agenda item, but we're going to go down the road with the other agenda items. The bighorn sheep specialty tags are all combined together. And I just think, I think I like what Vice Chair Rogers said. I think we might need to meet some clarification that people understand, hey, Heritage, Dream, PIW, Silver State are all within that chart. They're not separated, right? They're all to combine, and maybe that's adding a little bit more language, but again, I didn't want to open my mouth, but this has ramifications on future agenda items, so that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and that's kind of where, again, my head was at with making that recommendation, that there was, you know, some clear language that included all of those specialty tags and not, you know, not just heritage. So if it's either changed to bighorn sheep specialty tag or leaving it as is with some additional language in there, I mean, that's fine as well.
Management Analyst Manfredi, again, for the record. So that exclusion isn't specific to although it's under the table, it's not specific to sheep. And so if we make it specific to sheep, my concern is that we open the door for someone to take advantage of the depredation or management or emergency hunts that are designed for one of the other species, elk, deer, pronghorn, that are mentioned within these specialty regulations.
But now you're talking two separate items.
Correct.
And I guess the department could have clarified, hey, we're also trying to get rid of the PIW and Dream and them taking advantage of that.
Correct.
And I guess reading everything there, I don't necessarily know if it was clear. And it's not taking advantage of it. They've been doing it in years past. They had the opportunity to do it in years past. Right, so.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I offer up a suggestion, maybe?
Can you put your mic closer?
Oh, can I offer a suggestion? Maybe we put an asterisk on the title of the chart where it says maximum specialty tag quota, and then just define that the specialty tags include Dream, PIW, Heritage, all of the tags, so it's clear that the table is representing all of the specialty tags. And I don't know if that works for you guys, or? I don't.
I'm gonna quit talking.
Could I just make a quick suggestion? We've got a motion on the table in a second. Would it be appropriate to just pull that real quick? We can go back and redo that if we needed to. I mean, if they would like to do that, maybe the department, maybe it's, you know, give them a minute to think about what we might be stepping in. I don't know.
Do you want to pull your motion back?
I think given the significant changes that we've made and the removal of some different hunt units and the addition of some hunt units, it probably justifies it, yes.
Just for a minute. I mean, it might be, end up in the same spot, but at least we don't lose sight of it hanging out there, so. And I don't know. I appreciate, I would never tell you where you need to go. It's not my place at all, Mr. Chairman, but, you know, this is kind of an important conversation, and you have a real unique perspective on it. You understand this stuff in ways that people like me do not. So I don't know if there was a way to get you involved in the conversation without jeopardizing your position, you know, creating a conflict. I would appreciate it. I'm less worried about the conflict than I am getting it right. From my perspective, I know that's not yours, but whatever that's worth.
Dagger cat.
Yeah, sorry for, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted for the record, I want to be clear that if you recuse yourself voting, you don't have a conflict in this discussion because it doesn't in any way affect, apparently you have a heritage tag guiding, you're going to guide on a heritage tag. This discussion has no effect on that. So there's no conflict for you to discuss this. I just wanted to put that on the record. And if you decided you wanted to allow the department to think a little bit, you could just move to take this out of order and address it later, if that's what you chose to do. If that's your choice.
Management Analyst Manfredi for the record. So all of the specialty tags have the same clause within it. And so if we're to take something out of order, we request all 5 agenda items be taken out of order.
Yeah, and that's why I opened my mouth, is this cascades into the others. And again, I really think that it's as easy as if it's the intent of the department to exclude the PIW and the dream tags and whatnot from utilizing depredation management or emergency hunts. You simply just add in, like, you could add in another sentence that says that, and then just say the specialty tags for sheep. That's why my thought, you know, and Vice Chair Rogers, I agree with what he said. If you just say the bighorn sheep specialty tag quotas, you have the exact same language across the board, and then you could add the other sentence for each individual one, the PIW, the dream. But somewhere, or like Commissioner Kill stated, make sure, because unfortunately, we used this chart last year and we had the shenanigans with it. That's why we're back here doing this, right? So I just think we need to make this absolutely clear to avoid the shenanigans, just clear as a bell. So if that's add another sentence, if it's add an asterisk, whatever you all decide to do, but that's my, break out the sheep separate from the rest. I think it could be really simple. So, but I still won't vote on it, but.
So would the commission be okay if we duplicate that sentence on all of these? That's where it says heritage tags exclude the use of the season's quotas, hunt units designed for depredation management and emergency. So we duplicate that, and the first one will say bighorn sheep specialty tags, and then underneath it, it'll say remaining heritage specialty tags. Is that a proposed solution that'll work?
In my mind, that would work. You break the two out. Yeah. But again, I'll let everybody else make that decision.
Mike Scott for the record. Would you mind giving us a few minutes just to discuss this?
Yeah.
The enabling language for dream tags and PIW are that say they can hunt any open season or any unit with an open season. Heritage and Silver State actually have a season set date that they have. So I just want to make sure that we're not overlooking something. I just want to make sure that this change, not that I have any spidey sense, but something's tingling that I want to make sure that we're not doing something that is unintended. So if you can just give us a couple minutes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem at all. I just like we just mentioned, this will cascade into future agenda items, so I want to make sure. And now, did we just want to take another 10-minute break? Yes, please. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Why are you talking about changing it?
All right, if everybody wants to find their seat. All right. And I guess to begin with, I'm gonna ask Dag Brigette. I'm gonna just completely reopen this item for commission discussion, cab comment, public comment, being we got
Yeah,
so
that's-
sidetracked.
That's the right way to go.
Okay, all right. With that, I'm gonna reopen agenda item number 20B, Commission Regulation 23-10, Amendment to 2024 Heritage Tax Seasons and Quotas. Okay, take it away.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. The department is seeking proposing clarification language that is going to require specialty tag bighorn sheep holders to call an 800 number prior to hunting daily for information on closed units to the harvest limits, when the harvest limits have been reached. We're also going to require specialty tag bighorn sheep holders to report their harvest by 9 p.m. Pacific time, standard or daylight, whichever it is, on the day of the harvest. So with that, we do have some changes that we would like to propose on the fly to this CR. And on the very back page, I'll go ahead and put on the record which units we want to add to the closures. And this is in page 3, the text in the middle towards the bottom where the portions of the hunt units 525, 280, 818, we would like to add 828 to that. We would also like to add the excludes unit 252 and 212 that were closed today in an earlier CR.
Clarification, 282, just for the record.
Is that not what I said?
You said 828.
Oh, sorry. That's my dyslexic, sorry, getting in there. Okay, yeah, I did write 282 down. We would like to make a proposed change to move the sentence underneath the table on page 2. So the bighorn sheep unit quota, that table, there's a sentence right underneath it that says heritage tags exclude the use of seasons. We would like to move that sentence above the table and above unit closures, leave it as is and move it there. And then right underneath, we would like to propose adding the language as directed by above table and in correlation with the general hunt quotas for the Nelson Desert bighorn sheep.
You want to put that up on the screen?
So this is coming from the dream language that's in the dream tag on unit closures. The blue, where it says Nelson, we would like to add that language right underneath the table.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize, Ms. Munoz, you were mentioning the one sentence, moving it above the table? Leaving that sentence as is, but moving it above the table?
Correct. We want to make sure that it includes elk. We don't want to limit it to just sheep.
One question, when your sentence that you're adding at the end there, do you want to just, instead of saying specific to heritage, just specialty tag quotas? Can you move that up above?
Good. Just specialty tag across the board instead of heritage tree here.
That would work.
All right, any additional questions or comments? from the commission? I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment?
Just wanted to put up when there were questions about PST and PDT. I just wanted to show everybody that there really is a difference. PT is specific time. So our time zones are mountain, standard, Eastern. You put S in the middle or D in the middle, that talks about whether you do daylight savings time or not do daylight savings time. And so if I've opened a can of worms for the department by saying we use PST incorrectly, I apologize for that, but that's where it comes from. Thank you.
Additional cab comment? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? None, any public comment on Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? With that, I will bring it back to the commission.
You guys want me to take another stab at it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll go ahead and, I started this, hopefully we'll finish it. But I'll take another stab at making a motion if there's no other additional discussion or clarifications, questions. All right, so I will go ahead and look to make a motion to adopt Commission Regulation 23-10, Amendment to 2024 Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas, with the following changes. One being from Pacific Standard Time just as Pacific Time. Also, with the noted changes to the chart with moving a particular sentence that started with heritage tags exclude, moving that above that chart as Ms. Munoz directed, and striking the language of heritage tags but adding specialty tags. And then below that chart, using the language as directed from the other chart, as directed by the above table and in correlation with the general hunt quotas for Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep. And then also in terms of some units, so removing, adding portions of hunt to include 282, and then excluding units 252 and unit 212.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and again, I'm just not gonna vote on this one, but, so, everyone understand the motion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0 with myself recused from the vote. All right, agenda item number 20C, Commission Regulation 24-01, 2024 Big Game Application Deadlines, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kim Munoz. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2024 Big Game Tag application deadlines and related information.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. This regulation is to establish the 2024 Upland Waterfowl Big Game and 2025 Spring Turkey Application and Harvest Questionnaire Return deadlines. I want to note that the draw order has been updated in this based on a decision that the Tag Allocation and Application Hunt Committee did during the June 24th, 2023 meeting. The department recommends establishing an online application period for the Overton and Key Pittman waterfowl opening hunt weekends, which is currently being done as a mail-in version. And with that, I will take any questions that the department has, or the commission has.
Any questions for Ms. Munoz? Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, I guess, I don't know if it's a real question, but I alluded to it earlier when we were talking about season dates, about getting the return to harvest data deadline moved up. Is that something that we could do? I kind of looked through here to try to see where we would add it, and so I don't quite know where.
Yeah, so
if it
it
fits
is
in,
on.
but I
the-
think this is a regulation that it would.
Correct.
It would go into.
It is-
And I guess, as far, I don't have an idea for a.
Page
a d-
4
an
is the
actual-
harvest questionnaire.
Okay, I don't know where the, what date we would actually come up with, but it would be nice to be able to have that information available for this meeting. So I guess I'm gonna rely on, and I'm throwing it out there to see if it's doable. I guess see if anybody else agrees with me or not, and and see where we end up. But I think it would be nice to have that information a lot earlier than what we're getting it.
I agree with Commissioner Barnes, and I think there's a balance here. I think currently it's always, or been for a while, January 31st. I would like to have a discussion with Ms. Munoz or someone from the department on, is there a backlog as an issue? I know the department is extremely busy in the spring months between surveys and quotas and season setting, and not that you're busy all the time, but it's extremely busy during that time of year. And for an example, if you have a pronghorn tag, you're probably wrapping up in August, early September maybe. It does seem like a long time between, giving sportsmen and women 6 months to turn it in. I want to balance that too. I don't want to set a hard deadline. I know a couple other states, just because I put it for other states. I think Idaho's a couple weeks, Utah's 30 days. Like I said, I just kind of want to do a little deep dive. I want to balance the sportsmen. I don't want to rush them. At the same time, it's about 5 questions, if I remember correctly, and hopefully we could maybe move it up to make it easier on the department.
Go ahead.
Quick comment, if I may, Chairman Cavilla and members of the commission. So Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. So even if we moved those dates back a little bit, it's probably not going to give us enough time to process those data in order to provide the county advisory boards or the commission with that information as support material. And it would be an added burden to 1 or 2 people in game division in particular that process those data. So it'd be very difficult for us to provide anything for you to consider as we develop the seasons during this commission meeting. We could look into in the future a better way of harvest reporting that would be more electronic based, say through your phone. Immediately upon harvest, you could basically take your phone out, enter your answers to your question, and it would automatically go into a database. That's going to take some time to develop and some funding to do that. So that's something definitely we could look into. But as of right now, even moving some of those reporting dates back up is probably not going to give us enough time. And for the other issue is too, we have some seasons that move into January. So we wouldn't be getting 100% reporting rates until the end of January anyway.
Director Janae.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is something, trying to contemplate this as if you can give the department, we can investigate this in between meetings and we can come back and kind of give you an update as to looking into this and what this would mean, and having the conversation with our contractor who manages the hunt system and try to understand what this looks like. But I would say right now is deal with it as written, and we can investigate that and then come back, given the commission's concern on that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm good with that. Let's look into it, because we're pretty much already, this year's about shot. So, I mean, but in the future, even if it does take even maybe a year or 2 years, I think down the road it'd be really helpful. So if the department could look into that, I'm good with that.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments for the department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one question. I do agree with Commissioner Barnes in terms of how critical this information is, and would echo supporting at least the department looking into other ways that we can capture that data. But one question that I did have is, I know we have the January 31 deadline today, but my question is the department waiting on everything until the deadline is completed and then starting to collect that data? Or, knowing we have hunts that start in August, are they collecting that data and compiling that data as it comes in, or at the very end at the deadline?
Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Cody McKee for the record. So in this conversation, I think it would be important to point out that I've been the one in charge of processing our harvest reporting over the last 6 or 7 years. And that comes at a cost because of my own limitations that I have when I'm spending time working on elk seasons, moose seasons, and bonus point tables, which I also generate for the department. And so what we've attempted to do is hold off in presenting our harvest data until we have a near complete data set. And the reason is we've published incomplete data sets before. The reporting rates can vary wildly. It's really not until the deadline when we get the major push for respondents. So we could potentially report certain hunts today where we only have a 50 to 60% reporting rate. When we present that information as incomplete, that information can be misinterpreted. So on one hand, if the resulting harvest metrics doesn't support preconceived notions about what hunt success should look like, we'll be told that we need to have a complete data set. On the other hand, we've seen success either increase or decrease depending on the amount of respondents we have. It usually takes about 78 to 80% of hunters to respond to that. So I say all that to let the commission know that there's a lot of nuances that go into this, and a lot of the bottlenecks that we're talking about and limitations that we have in getting data, honestly, it falls on my shoulders. And so here, I'm either asking the commission or the department to also recognize that and to help kind of manage that load. And I think that we could meet what you're asking for, but it's not something that we can just snap our fingers with and show up, this afternoon with harvest summaries. And I'd be happy to step through it with anybody if you want to come by my office. There's a whole bunch of junk that gets submitted through those harvest reports. And as much as we try to clean it up and try to prevent people from being able to enter bad information, there's still some sideboards that we have to kind of keep wide so that we get the right responses. And that leads to some really bizarre information that can be reported through that process. Thank you.
Commissioner Young.
Mr. McKee, sorry. Just real quick, so would it help you, and again, even if it was moved up, I don't think myself would expect some detailed, breakdown at this meeting or anything like that, but would it help you to move that discussion along of maybe moving it up a little, the deadline? Or is it irrelevant, it's not needed, or?
Yeah, again, Cody McKee for the record. I don't want to be contradictory with the department's response. Moving it up, would be beneficial. 2 weeks after the conclusion of the season, I think that's more than reasonable to expect a hunter to be able to go on to their report cards and report on their hunt. One thing to keep in mind is we really value this data set. The information is tremendously important to our quota setting process. And when you have a hunt that ends in August and that person doesn't report until the end of January, some details are probably going to become pretty vague. they'll probably remember that they harvested an animal, but by that point, for instance, if it's an antelope tag, they may have taken their buck antelope to the taxidermist. They don't remember how long the horn length was, and they may reach out to the taxidermist. A lot of times somebody will just write in, I think it was about 15 inches, or I don't remember it went to the taxidermist. And so by narrowing down that reporting window, I think that we can improve the accuracy of the information that we're receiving.
Yeah, and I guess in my mind too, I'm open for a discussion on it, because in my mind's kind of, I think along the lines like you're talking, a lot of this information on all the early hunts, the department, it's not necessarily to give it to the commission, right, to provide a report to the commission at season setting. It would be the department's not wait until the bitter end to start gathering everything for the whole year. Like all those early hunts, you guys would already have all that information, or you should, right? The people that are gonna report it. But so you don't have the mad crash on January 30th, you know, and then not, I guess in my mind, it wasn't necessarily anything that a report you'd show to the commission in January, right? It was more so if it would be a benefit to the department to get these questionnaires earlier, would be my thoughts on it. So, I mean, I'm absolutely open for the department, or I hope the department can look into that and at some point come back to the commission. Yep. Additional commission questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jim Cooney. I think that the idea of the 14 days after the season ends is a very good idea. I know that the information that comes off that harvest questionnaire would definitely be beneficial for the cabs. Talking with the biologists, this information being available sooner rather than later is definitely a good idea. So anything that the department can do and or through the commission, I would encourage you to look into that and get these report cards in sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any additional cab comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Do we still have a cab on Zoom? Just asking. Okay, just checking. Any public comment in Sparks?
For the record, Larry Johnson, again, just representing myself. I think this is a great idea. The sooner you get this data, sooner you can get it analyzed, I think the better off we all would be. I would urge the department in their hunt application book to put this in bold. We need to make this spread the information with this change. I know I always get the alerts because I always forget to do it. So we're any kind of a change like this, we need to make sure we get the word out, but it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any additional public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? No? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barnes?
Okay, seeing that I don't think there's any more discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve CR 24-01, 2024 application deadlines, draw result dates, 2025 spring turkey application deadline, and draw result dates as presented.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. With that, we will go to agenda item number 20D, Commission Regulation 24-02, 2024 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2024 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits and related information.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. This regulation is to establish the 2024 big game application and eligibility tag limits. I would like to make 2 additions in light of the moose hunt that was, or the seasons that were approved earlier. On the second page, under big game second draw eligibility, I would like to add moose into the list of species there. This just gives us the authority to put that tag, if needed, into the second draw. And also under first come, first serve, in the second sentence, there's a list of approved species there. I'd like to add moose into that list as well. And with that, I'll take any questions that the commission has.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Weiss.
Under big game tag application eligibility, the first bullet talks about eligible person may apply for antlered and 1 application for antlerless. But then it goes on to talk about, or an eligible person may submit 1 application for the junior antlered or antlerless mule deer. Given the changes we made earlier, I didn't know if we needed to address that language.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in reality for mule deer this year, we have no antlerless hunts, period. For mule deer. So it would just be striking all the antlerless out of that first bullet for mule deer.
Okay, I will strike the 1 application for antlerless mule deer.
Additional questions or comments from the commission? Seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Nope. All right, bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers?
We'll go ahead and look to make a motion if there's no other discussion. So I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 24-02, the 2024 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits. Again, making a motion for approval as presented with a couple of noted changes, one being the exclusion of antlerless in the big game tag application eligibility. Also under the big game second draw eligibility to add moose. And then lastly, to the first come, first serve eligibility to add moose as well.
And then Vice Chair Rogers, just for clarification on your motion on the antler list, that is specific to mule deer.
Yes, I apologize,
Okay.
specific to mule deer.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion. I've got a second. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, agenda item number 20E, Commission Regulation 24-03, 2024 Dream Tag, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2024 Dream Tag species, seasons, and quota.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator. This regulation is to establish the 2024 seasons and quotas for the big game dream tags. Due to the approved quotas in 2023 being lower than 50, the following dream tags are not an option for the 2024 hunt, and that is the black bear and the California bighorn sheep. I would like to align this with what we did earlier in the heritage tag. And so on the fly, I would like to move the sentence underneath the table that says dream tags exclude the seasons, quotas, and hunt units. I would like to move that up above where it says unit closures. And then underneath that, I would like to add the sentence that is in the unit closure for the desert on this particular, underneath that Nelson Desert sheep, it says, as directed by above table in correlation with the general hunt quotas for Nelson Bighorn sheep. I would like to put that underneath that table there. And then on the back, I would also like to align this and add in the bullet point for portions of the hunt units for 525, 280, 281, we add 282. We're also going to exclude 252 and 212.
Okay. And I guess just, we're not gonna have a black bear dream tag this year, correct?
Correct.
So I don't know if it hurts, but we have language in here specific to a black bear dream tag. Do you want to leave it or just strike all that as well?
Are you talking about the very last
Yeah, the
sentence? It
second
says, if a black tear tag is awarded through the DREAM program. My recommendation would be to leave it there, because it does say if it's awarded, it just won't be awarded. Otherwise, in future CRs, if it comes back, then we'll remember that it needs to stay in there.
Okay.
Before I forget, so I was thinking the same thing with the motion we just took a moment ago where we were removing the antlerless. We're really relying on the system to remember to put that back in if we ever get to that point. So I don't think that we can write it in there like you can on this one but maybe we need to rethink that a little bit and put in there if available, or if, if one of those type of things, so we don't lose the concept for that either, because it crossed my mind the same that we're doing here. Earlier, I was like, wow, somebody's gonna have to catch that, and, that might be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem leaving this on either, if it's at least for that purpose for future. Yep. Anyway, any additional commission questions or comments specific to the dream tag? Okay, any cab comment specific to the dream tag? Any cab comment on Zoom? No? Okay, any public comment? Public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and attempt a motion. And that is, I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 24-03, which is the 2024, excuse me, 2024 Dream Tag. I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented with a couple of noted changes. One being changing or moving, I should say, of the sentence, dream tags exclude, and moving that from below that chart to above that chart. And then also below that chart, adding the sentence of as directed by the above table and in correlation with the general hunt quotas for Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep. And then also with the addition of Unit 282 and the exclusion of Units 252 and 212.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carry. Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 20F, Commission Regulation 24-04, 2024 Partnership in Wildlife Tags, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2024 Partnership in Wildlife tags, hunt species.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. So this regulation is to establish the 2024 seasons for quotas for the Partners in Wildlife Big Game tags. The department is proposing to add the clarifying language related to the tag holders calling in on the 800 number. like we had done in the prior regulation, I would like to go ahead and propose that we move the immediate sentence right under the table for the quotas and of the partners and wildlife tags exclude. We move that above the units, and then we go ahead and add right underneath that, as directed by the table above, in the correlation with the general hunt quotas for the Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep. I would also like to add that on the last page, and keeping in line with the other changes that we have made, that we add the 282 unit closure, along with excluding 252 and 212. With that, I will take any questions that the commission might have.
I do have a question that got brought up, I believe, by one of the cabs. You know, we're also approving that quota today, and I know we're, like, for mule deer, our mule deer tags are going down, and again, it's not a lot of tags, it's 22, but has there been any thought about the specialty tags, the specialty PIW mule deer tags, just that quota itself? There been any consideration with the drop in deer tag numbers, lowering that
Those,
number?
I would just like to point out that these numbers here that are in this are also in an NAC, that this is what the department will propose.
The maximum, right, in NAC? I'm just asking the question. It got brought up, this question
Right.
got brought up by a cab, that's why I want to ask it.
We'll have to look to see if it says do not exceed. Yeah. Yep, it is, it is do not exceed.
Not exceed, yeah. And I guess that's just my question for the department. Has there been any consideration with the drop in deer tag numbers to drop the PIW? I mean, I don't know however many
Staff.
thousands of deer tags we have.
Yeah, staff specialist, wildlife staff specialist Cody Schroeder is indicating no.
Throwing lots of curveballs to you guys today, but it was brought up. I wanted to ask it, so. Any additional questions for the department from the commission? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment?
All right, Joe Cream, Persian Cab, and I am the one that brought it up. And with the declining numbers and the deer, we didn't understand why that deer was 25 tags total. That'd be 22 resident and 3 non-resident. And so we thought that that should be dropped to 5 and 0 non-residents to line up more with the other animals that are in the PIW.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Any additional cab comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No? All right, any public comment in Sparks? None? Any public comment on Zoom? No, okay, that'll bring it back to the commission. For thoughts, motion. I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve CR 24-04 2024 Partnership in Wildlife. And I'm just gonna ask you, Kim, to just mirror the changes, the noted changes in regards to relocating the sentence above the table, adding the additional sentence below the table, changing PST to Pacific time, and then making the noted unit changes, or the discussed unit changes in the notes at the end. So. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's see, would everybody like to do one more and then go to lunch, or do you want to go to lunch now? What's the thought? Eddie says go to lunch, so let's take a break and come back at 1:30. All right. All right, we're gonna get going again. Real quick, before we get going, I will ask if you're gonna make public comment to please fill out the speaker's card in the back, the yellow speaker's card there on the back table for the department. With that, we will go to agenda item number 20G, Commission Regulation 2405, 2025 Heritage Tax Seasons and Quota, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2025 heritage tag species, seasons, and quota.
Thank you. For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. This regulation is to establish the 2025 seasons and quotas for the heritage tags auctions. The department is proposing clarifying language related to the closures of the big horn sheep units. And we are recommending no changes to the previous heritage tag species or quotas. But I would like to go ahead and keep consistent with what we've done on the other specialty tags. Move the sentence that's underneath the unit group quotas up above where it says unit closures, and then underneath that, add the language as directed by above table in correlation with the general hunt quotas for the Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep. And then on the last page, we would also like to make sure to include the closure of units 282, or add the units 282 to the portions of the hunts on that second bullet down. We're also going to exclude units 252 and 212 as well in this. With that, I will take any questions that the commission has.
Any questions from the commission? Everybody's sleepy after lunch. Okay. Seeing none, any cab comment?
Hello again, Kobiro Washoe Cab. And again, this is our recommendation to change the Nelson Bighorn sheep to August 1st from July 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No. Okay, any public comment in Sparks? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for any further discussion. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no other discussions or anything, I will go ahead and make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 24-05, the 2025 Heritage Tag Seasons and Quota. Again, I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented with the noted changes consistent with those changes that we've made in previous items.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 20H, Commission Regulation 24-06, 2024 Silver State Tags, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2024 Silver State Tag, species, seasons, and quota.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. This regulation is to establish the 2024 seasons and quotas for the Silver State big game tags. The department is proposing adding the clarifying language related to the closures of the big horn sheep units in the event that the harvest limits are reached. Based on a commission decision in January of 23's meeting, a California bighorn sheep tag has been added back into the Silver State program. With that, I would like to go ahead and keep consistent with what we've done on the other specialty tags and take the sentence right underneath the box where it says Silver State tags exclude, and then move that up above unit closures. And underneath that, add as directed by above table in correlation with the general hunt quotas for Nelson Bighorn sheep, as well as the California bighorn sheep to be right underneath that table. We are going to add in units 282 to the second bullet point on the last page, along with excludings, units 252 and 212. With that, I will take any questions that the commission has.
Any questions? Any questions from the commission for Kim?
No questions. I just have a clarifying format issue on unit closures section. All previous ones have been bold, and I think we have it in there twice, so we just clean that up.
I guess, can you say that, Mario, can you go, oh, you got it? Okay. Any additional questions or comments for Kim? Doesn't look like any cab comment? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, if there's no further discussion on this agenda item, I'll go ahead and move to make a motion for approval. Again, I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 24-06. This is the 2024 Silver State tags. I'd like to make a motion for that approval as presented with the noted changes, again, consistent with those changes to items that we have made previously.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, on to agenda item number 20I, Commission Regulation 2407, 2024 Black Bear Seasons, Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2024 hunting season dates, open management units, hunting hours, special regulations, animal sex, legal weapon requirements, hunt boundary restrictions, and dates and times for indoctrination courses for black bear.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I'm here today to make the department's Black Bear season recommendation, CR 2407. Just a preemptive slide, we are not making any major recommendations, just one small modification, which I'll mention here in a little bit. So the same unit groups in seasons, you can see the 19, the 20s, and then 291 and 203, the same start and end dates. And then also the same hours. So I would be, the season would start an hour before sunrise, and then, I'm sorry, daily hunting would start 1 hour before sunrise, and then end 1 hour after sunset. You have to call our 1-800 number to ensure that we haven't met harvest limits. And then everyone must attend their indoctrination course, and that's both a sportsman and then a guide if they choose to use one. Here's the one small change. We are gonna, instead of 2 Saturdays, recommending offering our first indoctrination course Thursday, August 15th from 6 to 9 p.m. The second one, August 17th, which is Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m. Both are available to tag holders on Zoom, and then we will record one or both of those that will be available to anyone that would get a bear tag in the first come, first served season or system. A little bit about our harvest metrics in these last 3 years, and so these are a 3-year average. We saw a 32% proportion of females in the harvest, which using our parameters that we've used since the beginning of this hunt, identify a stable population, and then the mean age of females and males are to female and 4.8 to male, and that both indicates a light harvest. Because I understand this is a lively topic, I'm going to provide a little more context about these populations and some just biological context. And so I'm going to have some QR codes, so feel free to use your phones. This is the definition of a population. A population is defined as a group of individuals of the same species living and interbreeding within a given area. Members of a population often rely on the same resources. They're subject to similar environmental constraints and depend upon the availability of other members to persist over time. So one of the things I really hope to convey today is that we, Nevada, share a black bear population with the state of California. That's what my next few slides are going to cover. And so this is a paper published, I believe, in 2018 or 19 that demonstrates just that. It is one meta population between California and Nevada. That QR code should take you to that manuscript. This is a figure from Saltaire 2023. And this is not only the study site, but I included it because of that smaller of the two maps. That is the expanse of black bears in Western North America. And you can see that box is Nevada and the population that we share with California. This is California's current published estimate. You can see that dotted line that occurred around 2012. That's where they ended the use of dogs, and so they violated some model assumptions and have overhauled from a population reconstruction model to an integrated population model. I talked to California this last week, and they will be releasing those results in April. But they are about to increase their population notably. And then this is another manuscript capturing that the highest densities of black bears in the state of California are in the Tahoe Basin on the California side. And from Project 46, which is the collaboration that we conducted with Oxford and the University of Montana, not only did that provide us an estimate of 418 bears, but it also demonstrates that we have our highest densities on the basin side of Nevada as well, echoing those findings in California. And then a product of Policy 23 now has the department compiling expenditures, and so I wanted to convey the effort and expense that went into this manuscript, and I'll put that QR code a little bit. We've spent almost $700,000 monitoring bears with Oxford and the University of Montana. We also capture black bears ourselves and either deploy a marker or a GPS transmitter on bears. And so we have worked with, historically, Dr. Jim Sedinger, and then recently Dr. Perry Williams, both at the University of Nevada, Reno, to conduct an estimate. And you can see those findings there. Apologize, I don't have a QR code for this particular report. Feel free to contact me. I'd be happy to provide it with you. It's a slightly larger estimate of 467 bears. This is a figure in that same report looking at every black bear estimate that's been conducted, and they all indicate that this population has grown since the beginning of the modeling prior to 2000. And I would like to say that black bears are the only big game state in Nevada that have two published population estimates. And then here's the last manuscript I'll mention. And the takeaway I want to hear you get from this is in a lot of different bear populations, and this was published in Ursus, which is a manuscript that's just for bears. In many populations, black bears can withstand over a 20% harvest rate annually, and that can be sustainable. And so using California's existing population estimation of approximately 32,000 bears, and an average harvest is of about 1,200. They are harvesting about 3.75% of their population. Nevada's most conservative estimate, 418 bears, would be at 4.5%, and then 4.1 with our mark estimate. And so I want us to understand that we have an immense amount of evidence that we are very lightly harvesting our residential population. And so some closing thoughts. This is my 10th year giving this presentation for these season recommendations. I hope that some of these papers and data ease some of the biological concerns that some members of the public have. I acknowledge that I'm not touching on human dimensions. That's not my specialty, but I wanted to touch on a few aspects of that. This population could withstand more harvest, and that's not a recommendation that we intend to make. We do not allow hunting on the Nevada side of the Tahoe Basin, and we used to have the season closed December 31st, and that was reduced to December 1st. And I'll entertain questions.
All right, questions for Pat? I guess I'll start, Pat. Looking at last year's harvest, it looks like in unit group, the 20 unit group, 201, 202, 204, 206, there was not a single bear harvested. And I'm just curious what the thought was there in that unit group, why there was no bear harvested. I'm imagining there was hunter effort in there.
Sorry, I moved something. Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I have not recently looked at effort data. We do use Gordon Darby to look at effort, and I do know that some folks did hunt in there, but as to why there wasn't a bear harvested, I can't say.
I just ask, and I'm just gonna say it, like, we do in other hunts, we look at harvest metrics, and if the hunters don't kill something in a different hunts, it typically does raise a red flag, and when I looked at that, it raises a red flag. Why was the bear not killed in that unit group? You know, it raises my curiosity. Commissioner McNitch.
You guys know where I stand on this thing. Yeah, it stood out to me. There's a lot of things that stand out to me. If you look at the data, there were, I'll get back on the hounding of bears. This has nothing to do with hounding of lions. This has hounding of bears. And, there was, one of the major justifications was because there was emphasis put on, trying to mitigate or balance the take of females out of concerns that, I'm not worried about the conservative nature of all the numbers. That this is a behavioral issue that was presented to this commission, and it had to do with, if we hound bears, we'll be able to tell female from male, and, we'll be able to lean our take towards the male bears, which in the population, I believe, are 2 to 1, 2 to 1 male to female. And that was to alleviate concerns that, hey, if there was a change in the population in the female take, our statistics aren't substantial enough to really pick up quickly if there was a negative adverse impact to that population, to that breeding group. And but our take of females this year was that we wouldn't be able to see that change in a responsible time frame. So we might have gone off the cliff and not known it yet until it's too late. Type of thought process. So we had 9 females and 10 males taken in this hunt, and so it's like, what's the determining factor for when you take a bear? It's clearly. We even had one that passed on a male and later took a female. And so, the question bumps into my head, this isn't a determining factor, whether it's male or female. There's so many other variables playing into this. Did the female give a good chase? Does she have a special marking? Is it the end of the hunter's hunting period that they're going to be able to hunt for them, on a personal level? Is it the last day of the season? Is it 19 bears have been taken, and so you got to get yours, or you're going to miss out, type of thing? There's a lot of variables playing into this. We had a nursing sow taken this year. Those don't sit well. Those are things that people have expressed concern about, and they're not all biological, but there's certainly a lot of social issues, and we just don't talk about it up here. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about if there's things that we could do to mitigate or make it better or more tolerable or better for bear. We don't talk a lot about bear conservation. We've got this waterfall of bears coming into Nevada, we're gonna take advantage of them until they retreat. That's kind of that's the perspective, that's what it's just how it feels to me, so, I got plenty of other things to say, but I'll stand down for a minute and let others speak.
And then Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I have it correct in writing, but I misspoke verbally. Our recommendation is a half hour before sunrise and a half hour after sunset, not 1 hour. So I stand corrected.
The additional commission questions or comments for Pat? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment for Pat or for the department?
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County Cab. I can kind of help a little bit of that question that you asked, Chairman. The roads was inaccessible due to deep snow. 395 was closed from Topaz to Bishop. The 228 was closed from Yerington south to the state line. 359 was closed from Hawthorne to the state line. The road was closed from the California side. We were flying in food to the people in Levining because of the avalanches. It was inaccessible. We were going out and pulling people out of the snow that was stuck on the backside of Lucky Boy. So I'm not saying that is the reason they didn't kill them. They couldn't get there. The bears may have been there, but the people couldn't get to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional cab comment?
Kobe Row, Washoe Cab. We had some public comment and some cab comment that we'd like to see added to this hunt, which is all edible portions of the harvested animal should be removed from the field. So we'd like to make that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional cab comment in Sparks? Seeing that additional cab comment on Zoom? Okay, and then just one clarification to Washoe Cab, we did pursue the edible portions of the meat, and within NRS, we don't have we cannot make that. It's spelled out in NRS, so that's a legislative change. It would have to be made. Like, it's something the commission can't make that change. We did pursue that, look into that last year. So just for clarification.
2408, we have that same recommendation. I think, Kobe Row, Washoe Cab. I think it has to do with the same classification of the animal regarding the lion.
No, we delved into it. It's in the NRS specifically.
Okay.
We could probably have the department provide the Washoe Cab that NRS so they could look at it.
Okay, and then, so the question would be, I'll come back up for 2408.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, with that, I will open it up to public comment, and I'm going to remind everyone that the 3-minute and 6-minute time limits do apply, and we are going to hold to them. So, public comment. Any public comment in Sparks?
Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. I was going to go into my history with this hunt, but I'm just going to refrain from that, spare you all the details. It's been, 2010 was a rough year for people who cared about bears. And part of the issue that I'm having is not so much a hunt. My sister's partner hunts, my uncle hunted, my grandfather hunted, so that's not the issue. The issue is how the animal lives and how the animal dies. And the way bears die in Nevada is pretty horrific. And I don't think that we would accept this for any other species. I realize bears are a species of their own, but we wouldn't accept this kind of thing except for the species that we have a prejudice against. And I'm saying here, I'm going to put it out there, I have my prejudices, but you definitely have yours. And one of them is how we kill bears. There is no reason to hound a bear. Prolific wildlife killer Teddy Roosevelt wouldn't even kill a hounded bear that was tied to a tree. And that's exactly what we do to these bears. We hound them and we tie them to a tree, basically, with dogs. And that is not how an animal should die. If a hunter wants to get out there, even a guided hunt without dogs is acceptable to me. But this hounding of dogs with GPS collars is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm going to say the inhumane word, and as far as I'm concerned, it's animal exploitation. And the person I think there were 2 mothers of bears. As far as I'm concerned, those hunters are guilty of worse than poaching, and whoever the guides were, they need to be fined.
Good afternoon, Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. Here we are again discussing the bear hunt. I really don't even know where to start. The bear population has been theoretically stable in Nevada for years, despite drought, human encroachment, and an ever-rising death toll. The problem with the Nevada bear population is it's small. So small, the statistics don't really work. The numbers in the matrix are so small, it's laughable. If there's concern about detecting a significant population decline, you can run simulations to determine the odds of detecting a significant decline of 50%, 75%, or even 90%. Over 70 bears have been killed the last 2 years, 15 to 17% of our population, and that's at the higher number. Over 70 bears resulting in probable additive mortality. And it's not just compensatory if you're hunting, additive if you're not hunting, or mortality is mortality, and it all should be considered. And then there's the hounding, as Karen mentioned. The hypothesis that using hounds changes sex ratio has been disproven by large data sets from Colorado, Washington, California, and Oregon. The data set in Nevada is not statistically significant, and there are just too many factors on the decision to pull the trigger. I can give you those data sets and even Virginia Houndsman's study that all support my comments. As you should all be aware, the Wildlife Value Study found that only 13% of Nevadans surveyed approved of hounding. And this included hunters and traditionalists. This is the controversial social science that I've been hounding you about. How does this affect your credibility? Or more importantly, the credibility of the department? How do you think most people respond to the videos that I have downloaded from houndsman groups and the YouTube comments they have made, or excuse me, in the comments they've made? Is it okay to treat our wildlife any way you want, as long as you're convinced yourself the population is stable? I mean, do you find it exciting to see bears and dogs fight? However you decide to vote today, I believe you do owe us an explanation as to why. I have so many questions. How will you rationalize it? How does this hunt help bears? Because I'm still baffled. How does this help with the goal of moving wildlife management in better alignment with public perception? Is it more important to protect hunting opportunity in the short term and align with your tribe than it is to align with the much larger non-hunting public? Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Sparks?
Good afternoon. Tiffany East, for the record, former wildlife commissioner. You know, it's not my thing. Hunting bears is not my thing, but we do have a population. We have to somehow manage a population that we're in no control over except for hunting. They come over into our borders. And today you're determining a season, not a quota, but a season. And I would urge you to continue to work with the department and support a season. You can make changes at the quota later, but you do have a season. And so I'm just encouraging you, supporting you in that decision. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Larry Johnson, for the record. Yeah, I urge you to continue support the season. We have a stable or increasing bear population. There's no reason at all not to continue this, and it rubs me wrong to equate emotional conclusions that are somehow twisted into social science based and compare that remotely to biological science that backs this hunt. I urge you to continue this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Giving a seat for the bear. I'm Jackie Chandler. I'm representing Sustain Tahoe. It's a nonprofit 501c3, so I think that entitles me to 6 minutes.
Correct.
I remember in 2010 or 11 when on NPR, one of the commissioners was interviewed when the hunt was legitimized, asking, with over 95% of Nevada opposing a bear hunt, why would you do this? And the answer was, from your commission, because we can. And you're right, you can. You guys are doing the perfect job, and ladies, given NRS 501.171. It does designate that 7 of 9 of you need to represent interests that see wildlife killing as the best way to manage wildlife conservation. So you have no choice but to do what you're doing, which feels like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, because just like it's so reminiscent of how many councils of people have determined who lives and dies over the last 200 years. If it's not by the color of their skin or their region, it's by how much fur and value you can put on that hide. Because we have removed or replaced the apex predators with humans, we are now in charge of the blood hunt, the video game blood hunt with drones and technology that is not a sport. Because in a sport, both teams know the rules. In this sport, one team controls and changes the rules to fit their need, and the other has no way out. And that's how I felt sitting here all day, listening to how we manage life, other life forms on an earth that we live on, but don't live with. I don't see anyone speaking for the bear. So Sustain Tahoe, our mission is to accelerate the adoption of destination stewardship. That is responsible tourism, where the visitors actually sustain and enhance the places they visit. It's possible. It's been done other places in the world. I would say Monterey Bay is an amazing example of this. They used to be the whale killing capital of California. They killed off the otters, the whales, the red abalone, and the sardines, collapsed the ecosystem in the marina. And then in 1992, due to some local initiatives and the Packard sisters, they turned it around and created a marine sanctuary. Today, there's so much more money in wildlife viewing than wildlife killing. Whale watching makes millions, whereas the extermination of the whales left the bank empty. Why? Because even though we have a bear hunt, only 2% of Nevadas hold a trapping or hunting license. And so you're not representing the majority of people that would get ready, rather take pictures than take a life, rather load a camera than load a gun. So the facts, I agree. Another thing that this board has the authority to do is clear-cut pinyon juniper woodlands to better hunt mule deer, introduce non-native fish, which drive out native fish, hunt sage grouse, a species at the brink of endangerment. And as for the cost, NDOW receives multiple federal grants to subsidize hunting, probably also a lot of money from the NRA. It collected 55,000 fees and spent 200,000 in the first year of the bear hunt, which means to kill 25 bears, that cost 8,000 each, or 5,800 if you take away the 55,000 it made. There's 1,000 licensed trappers statewide that pay $33 annual a year for unlimited trapping, but NDOW spends $100,000 to administer trapping as a net loss of $67,000. So really, I think the best way forward is to get off the Titanic, abolish or restructure NRS 501.171. I realize you have no power over that. This is a legislative issue. Or to make it truly represent the 90% of the Nevada constituents who oppose the sport, not a sport, of killing and refocus on the preservation of wildlife. We have Nevada's conservation and natural resources already with trained staff that could better balance the needs of wildlife and assess better ways to coexist. So what I propose is a wildlife habitat, protected habitat, like what Monterey Bay did. As you know, the tourism industry is $91 billion a year. You know how many people want to load cameras? It's 86 billion in wildlife viewing in this country. But our state, 43% of our GDP comes from tourism, 91 billion. Ecotourism seeking wildlife observation eclipses any hunter-trapper economic contributions. In 2016, over 86 million people spent 75 billion on wildlife tourism. Funding and supporting the preserving wildlife in its habitat could be funded from tourism, the income generated loading cameras, not guns. Have the data gathered in the field from the people that like to go out and track wildlife, have it available to the public to increase awareness, build respect and interest for careful viewing versus killing. That's the mission of Sustainable Tahoe, to invite our visitors to walk softly, respect the wildlife, and share the gratitude, the reciprocity that is the currency of nature. We have no ethical, moral right to take life as a blood sport, a video game. Stop the hunt, abolish the board. Let's evolve our species to remake, remember, recover, and restore our culture. You know the saying about Nevada means home? You know the word ecology, the root word is ecos. It means home. The ecology is our home. The economy is based on the economy. If let's not tip and drown the potential we have here. Thank you for doing what you're doing, which is in line with this. It's just another time. To the bear.
For the record, Paul Dixon speaking on behalf of myself. I've been involved in wildlife management in the state for the last 15 years as the chair of Clark County's CAB. And over the years, I've heard, and I just heard from our last speaker and speakers earlier, that 95% of Nevadans are against things. Although only 2 or 3% of Nevadans hold hunting and fishing licenses, when you look at the America Values report that was put out several years ago, it does not hold that 95% of the people are against hunting and fishing. Fact of the matter is that number who are totally against hunting and fishing is probably in the 5 to 10% range, which may be a little larger than the number of people who hold licenses. But the majority of people that live in this state, millions of them, don't give a crap right or left, to be honest with you. And so I get upset when I hear that 95% of the people who don't hold hunting and fishing licenses are against something, because they don't care. And if you ask them, they wouldn't know to give you an answer. So I think, to be truthful, we have a small percentage of people that hunt and fish and support hunting and fishing, and we have a small percentage of people that don't, and the rest of the people are ambivalent to it. And if asked, I think most of them would give you an answer of, well, if it isn't hurting me, I don't care. So that's where I stand on that issue, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional public comment in Sparks? Can you turn your mic on? No, when that light turns green.
Hungamaheji, Washu de Motmoket Letle, Well Melty. I'm a Washo from this area. Tell ya, I like keeping emotion out of things too. I agree with that. But some things is really difficult to keep the emotion out of. I'm the executive director of an organization that was created by a group of Washoe elders. It's a Washoe Warrior Society, Washoe Tanuango. I'm not here speaking on behalf of my tribe, and I'm not here speaking on behalf of even our organization. I am here speaking on behalf of myself. I only learned about this issue about a week ago. And so I began to ask people in my tribe, why are we not having a huge protest? I mean, we're not the kind of people that's going to jump up in front of things. We're Washoe. And, we've been on this land since time immemorial. We learned that the bears are our brothers, that they're a very important part of the ecosystem, of their knowledge bearers. They teach us about the plants. They teach us about, how to live on the earth in a good way. They teach us about what's ripe, what's ready, what's good for digestion. They show us where to dig, where to find our medicines, all of these things, and we leave them alone. Occasionally, I was asking my relatives, what about this bear hunt when it started? And they said, oh yeah, a lot of them have been involved in different protests and different this and different that. And they said, but they don't listen to us because, they already have their minds made up. They already know what they're doing. And, I just don't believe that at this time. When we are all here together on this world and we see the environmental degradation that's taken place. We've seen, numerous things happening. We've got climate change, it's a scientific issue here. It's not an emotional issue. Climate change is a reality. And, and there is a human impact. And the bears are speaking. I don't know why we have to kill bears, Why can't we listen to what they have to tell us to say? I can't speak for the bears either. But I can speak for the historical and intergenerational trauma that I carry in my body when a board of whomever set up here at one point and decided what Indians were going to get to live and what weren't going to get to live. I mean, that. So I don't trust you all. It's like I had this mistrust, but then I do, because I do believe in humanity. I do believe that maybe we can make choices from a different vantage point. We were hunters too. We didn't hunt the bear. Occasionally, I did hear my auntie say, once in a while, something like that would happen, like a bear would come and the people would need something and that would be the offering. And it was done with prayer and it was done with full knowledge. But for the most part, we left them alone. I asked my cousin, hey, what about that bear issue? You know about that bear hunt? And he said, oh yeah, I know about that bear hunt. I said, did you know that they're raising the numbers? He goes, man, why do they got to do that?
Time. Any additional public comment in Sparks? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom?
Hello, my name is Sharon Gregory. I'm a resident of Nevada. I am one of the 95% who voice their displeasure with bear hunts. And I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that, no, I don't agree that there's a small percentage against bear hunting. I think it's much larger. I believe the 95%, but nobody's listening. I am disgusted at the method used to tree these bears with the GPS collared dogs. That's inhumane. I, as a Nevadan, can't even believe we're even talking about this. Hunting is not, this way is not sportsmanlike. Any hunter who hunts with a collared dog and trees a bear, they're not going to stop and wonder, is that a female or a male? They're going to kill that bear. And that's why of the 19 bears that were killed in 2023, 9 of them were females. And then they say there's no cubs about. Oh, no, that's not true. There are cubs about. She makes sure that she's got her cubs treed before the dogs set off after her. And it's disgusting. I just want to be one of the 95%. And I believe that number is true. We are against this bear hunt and the method used to do it. And I want to make sure my voice is heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Jana Wright speaking once again in opposition to the bear hunt. Two issues of importance to me on the hunt come to mind. The hunt is not a management tool, and the use of dogs in the hunt. It appears dogs are utilized by at least 75% of tag holders, yet there is zero regulations on the use of dogs in a bear hunt. Dogs are running off leash, equipped with GPS collars that are in turn used to locate bears, a violation of fair chase and probably against the law. NRS 503.010 speaks of radio telemetry, and it states it cannot be used to determine the location of a game mammal. This is exactly what is happening in the bear hunt. Dogs chase bears, hunters locate dogs using their GPS collars, and bears are killed. I asked the commission to pause the bear hunt and take up the idea of banning dogs in the hunt, or at least regulating the dogs. It seems this would be something the commission might want an agenda item on for an informational presentation by the department on dogs used in the bear hunt, with the possibility of a regulation on dogs not being allowed to hunt bears. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Fred Volz. The commission faces have changed over time, but the unwillingness to represent all Nevadans and the best interests of wildlife rigidly remain the same, with an almost total obsession toward maximizing wildlife deaths whenever possible and wherever possible. In this agenda item, we have a wildly unpopular bear hunt, except among trophy hunters and overpaid guides who need to help the supposedly trained hunters do the sport killing. GPS collars, ATVs, and packs of dogs offer up most of the skill, with hunters showing up at the last minute to finish off the hapless bear. That is not a sporting proposition or even equally matched opponents, just premeditated slaughter. NDOW staff work regarding bears has been wildly inconsistent as population ranges fluctuate materially from year to year. Nothing shows in the posted support materials on this subject. How does NDOW know there is no existential threat to bears from trophy hunting activities and other sources of mortality when guesstimated population ranges lack consistency? There is no formal management plan for bears, yet NDOW's and the Commission's statutory responsibilities are to manage various species in the state. It is impossible to judiciously manage something when accurate data and objectives are absent. No need for a biology degree to total the complete body count of bears. Yet NDOW has consistently ignored mortalities caused by vehicle strikes and bears that are killed by wildlife officials because they are a nuisance to people, principally due to intentionally left attractants such as trash. Completely failing to factor in those bears seriously injured by inept hunters, speeding drivers, traps, poison-baited food, or other forces only to die unaccounted for in the wilderness skews the death toll higher. It suggests caution, not a reckless approval of more hunter-inflicted bear deaths through an unjustified bear hunt. If this commission had the least concern for protecting bears rather than promoting their death, it would be urging the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to implement a Tahoe Basin-wide wildlife-proof trash containment ordinance so that people and bears can amicably coexist. Yosemite, Mammoth Lakes, Boulder and Durango, Colorado, and Cranbrook, British Columbia have all implemented this program years ago. Not only would wildlife not be killed by ingesting plastic and vehicle strikes, but the amount of wasted NDOW law enforcement time would be significantly reduced. Such a simple solution that no one on this commission or with NDOW staff has bothered to champion and lead to implementation. And I would ask my comments be added verbatim to the record of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer Simeo. I live in Reno, and I'd like to voice my opposition to the bear hunt. And I ask that the commission to not authorize the hunt season. This hunt is not supported by Nevadans, especially the use of dogs to hunt bears. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Melissa Soderston, Tahoe Forest Matter. I would just like to add our voice to the opposition to the bear hunt. I think there's ample community opposition to this, and I'm sure that you got the letters from all of us this week. I would also like you to take into consideration the flawed method of your count considering the bears. You've taken our population here in the Tahoe Basin, which we know is potentially overcrowded, and you've used that as your metric across the state for your numbers of bears killed. So I think that's really something that you need to look into. You need to put a pause on the bear hunt until we get an accurate depiction of how many bears are actually in the Tahoe Basin. We also need to know how the logging of our forests has affected their habitat and forced them closer to town, and how NDOW's own policies of what is essentially bait trapping mother bears, acclimating them to humans, making them easier to track for the hunters, has affected this. In one 5-week period here in Lake Tahoe, we lost what was estimated to be around 20 bears. That's one 5-week period this summer to being hit by cars. Those numbers also need to be added to your counts. There's a great concern that these populations will actually start to decline due to climate, and that they probably actually are declining due to human conflicts, NDOW's policy of killing them, moving them to areas where they are allowed to be hunted. There's just great concern, and we would like to say that we need to at least put a pause on this hunt until we can determine. And as far as the hounding goes, that's been almost universally just written off the books everywhere. Hounding is not an effective method of determining sex of bear, as proven by your own numbers. So that needs to, if anything else, be removed immediately from this ordinance. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Yes. My name is Catherine Bricker. I'd like to recommend the commission consider 2 changes to the 2024 bear hunt regulations. I request that my comments be in the record verbatim. The first change I'd like to request is that you reduce the time requirement to check in the carcass of a female bear. Doing so can allow staff to determine, as they did in the 2023 hunt, if houndsmen have killed a nursing mother, as well as another mother with dependent cubs of the year. As NDOW staff does when cubs are orphaned in other circumstances, doing so can provide critical time to locate the cubs and assess them for survivability, as well as take the humane action of, if warranted, of placing them in rehab. Number 2, I would like you to consider disallowing hounding in hunt units 194 and 196 or portions thereof until a reassessment can be made of the safety and economic impact of their use in these areas. Since the hunt's inception, the development and promotion of tourism on the trail systems has dramatically changed in the type and density of usage in these areas. For example, in Unit 194, where 6 of the 19 bears were killed last year, the nationally awarded Capital, meaning the capital of Carson, Capital to Tahoe Trail, is being promoted by ecotourism businesses who are bringing in international cycling groups. There has been an eruption of public concern and comment from those individuals and groups who have encountered loose packs of dogs when hiking and biking the area this year. My impression is that once the hounds are let loose, who they encounter in their pursuit of the bear cannot be appropriately controlled. Thank you for considering my recommendations. I have opposed the bear hunt since its inception, and I continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dre Arman, for the record, with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, speaking on behalf of hundreds of sportsmen and women across Nevada. I'm here to voice general support for the bear hunting season in Nevada as a management tool for this bear population in alignment with the North American model of conservation. And thank the Commission for your thoughtfulness in these regulations, and thank NDOW for their continued work on behalf of these bears to ensure healthy populations today and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello. I'm Randall Macero. I don't know whether we get 3 minutes or 6 minutes. I did send a short PSA video to you guys. I don't know if you received it. I would like to also commend your staff, Linda Barr, and some of your staff for answering the phones and taking care of our issues. They are the consummate professionals, so I do want to commend them for a job well done. I just don't know whether we get 3 minutes or 6 minutes to speak. I'm sorry.
Are you representing yourself or an organization?
We're representing an organization called Union Members for the Preservation of Wildlife International, an animal rights organization.
You'll get 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm Randall Macero, National President of Union Members for the Preservation of Wildlife International. I'm a retired peace officer. I was trained and worked with the feds, and I also worked investigations. Longtime Greenpeace representative and turned Hollywood actor. Believe me, I'm not acting today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a serious situation on hand. When Nevada Department of Wildlife chose for a bear hunt back in 2011, I believe, we were the organization that got the Native Americans involved, along with the animal rights groups, to oppose this bear hunt. We've been involved since the beginning, since it started. I had a wonderful relationship with one of your workers named Chris Healy. At that time, your governor's office called me and told me to quell the situation with the Indians. It's getting out of hand because so many natives were opposing this bear hunt. Our union and our Teamsters union that's against hunting, trapping, and poaching because of obviously economic reasons, which brings in tourism, which brings in more money than hunting and trapping ever will, and the fact that you spend so much money to support hunting and trapping, that's our tax dollars hard at work. Obviously, the hunter does pay to go ahead and kill these animals, but in turn, when the majority of Nevada is against this, and it's cruel, it's barbaric, it's inhumane. Listen, hunting is one thing, but using hound dogs, we used to hunt Native Americans with hound dogs at one time. We used to hunt black slaves with hound dogs at one time. Listen, I don't know how you go home at night and how you guys could sleep with this on my mind. It bothers me. As a union rep, as the national president of an animal rights group, it really I find it very disturbing. I think you could do better. I think you could start appealing to the tourism industry, like up in British Columbia, when our unions went up there to British Columbia, and they showed the fact that $3 to $5 million is brought in from hunting and trapping into British Columbia, but ecotourism brings in 30 to 75 million. I gotta hand it to our neighbors above us up there in Canada. They are pretty smart business people, attracting the tourism industry. 30 to 75 million versus 3 to 5 million from hunting. Look at that. Unions are all about business. Okay, listen. I'm an Italian Sicilian from Brooklyn, New York. Our people built Las Vegas, Reno, and Lake Tahoe. It was all about business. I'm not going to go back into the history of how they were built and what needed to be done to build them, but I'll tell you this much. Money, economics, smart business people built those towns. You're representing Reno, then represent Reno. Represent the people of Nevada. It stands to reason 87 to 90% of the people are against hunting, or at least this bear hunt. The Native Americans are insulted. They're infuriated. Do you see them showing up? Not much anymore. Ever since you guys called the police on our natives that read the speech that we wrote there at NDOW. We couldn't make it at that time, but the Native Americans read a speech. You guys called the police and brought up a 3-year-old bench warrant out for her arrest. It made the papers. It made the news. So I had to call our associates in Las Vegas, which called up the judges in Reno, and they released her right away. No sooner the FBI went to their house. This is picking on Native Americans. No sooner your people sue another animal rights person speaking out against the bear hunt. I was all part of this. We orchestrated it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Randall Macero. We oppose any bear hunt at all in Nevada. Give some Native Americans some respect. They're your neighbors. They're your fellow workers. They fight for this country. They hold the bear sacred. The least we could do is honor that with them instead of taking away their land, waging war on them, and again, calling them names. And that representative from NDOW called me up and apologized to me. So don't apologize to me. Apologize to the Native Americans that you insulted that time. We got it on video. We saved the videos of that time. I encourage you and I implore you, stop this bear hunt. Everyone's looking, including actors like me in Hollywood. We're looking at you. We're taking a look and seeing what you're doing. We won the fight to ban hound dog hunting on bears and bobcats in California, thanks to our organization working with many others. We won the fight to ban bobcat trapping in California. We won the fight to protect the wolves returning to California. Maybe you could learn something from California, even though we have a long way to go. Welcome to Nevada. We support hound dog hunting, hound dog hunting, trapping, wild horse and burro roundups, and killing our bears. Nevada, you've got a lot to learn. Don't be like Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. Things are changing. Thank you very much. We oppose the bear hunt.
Thank you.
Help us in trying to keep track of the allotted time. Thank you.
Nevada Voter for Animals, you have the mic.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Gina Grayson with Nevada Voters for Animals. We just want to go on the record stating that we've always been against the bear hunt since this started in 2010, and definitely against the use of hounds with GPS radio collars. This clearly goes against the fair chase ethical standards for sportsmanlike hunting. To use the radio collars, and I mean, it's basically cheating to allow the hounds to terrorize these bears, chase them for miles, get them up into a tree, and then just shoot them out of the tree. There's actually a video that I had shared in one of my action alerts that shows a young man that's hunting, and they documented that the bear was treed not once but twice by these GPS radio collar hound dogs, and he missed the first shot with a rifle because he didn't want to use the rifle. So he got a second chance. The bear got down, retreed, and he was able to shoot it with a crossbow. And it just makes no sense. I hope that this commission will also look at the science data. The fires have created a lot of issues, driven the bears into areas. The environment is changing. The land use is changing. As of September of last year, there was 70 bears hit by cars. I believe all of that needs to be taken into consideration when you're looking at how many bears there actually are in Nevada. And the fact that the recent article written by Dana Gentry just 2 days ago stated that 53% of the bears that were involved in last year's hunt had prior contact with NDOW in the form of ear tags. I strongly urge this commission to please reconsider. I'm not against hunting. I want to state that for the record. I've always stated I am not a hunter myself, but I'm not against traditional hunting when you have to maintain the herds or, for conservation and all that. But this bear hunt was always a trophy hunt to begin with in 2010. Everyone knows it. And your bear biologist, I believe it is a huge conflict what has happened. I didn't realize there was so much bad blood with this lawsuit that occurred. And I think that, the first time I met the Carl Lackey, he said to my face in 2010, I work for the hunters. They pay my salary. So I always thought that if you're a bear biologist, you're there to represent the bears and speak for the bears and base your decisions on science, not on who pays your paycheck. So I hope that this commission will strongly consider not allowing the bear hunt or significantly reducing the number of bears that are allowed to be hunted and not allowing the use of hounds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Schmidt, Clark County, Nevada. I am an active hunter in Nevada, as well as many other states, and I oppose bear hunting with dogs. I would very much prefer that you protect the reputation of all hunters by allowing only spot and stalk type bear hunting and disallowing dogs. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for further discussion. Further discussion by the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Larry brought up emotion versus emotional response versus social response. I understand that. I hear what he's saying. I get that. I understand it's a fine line. I'll put that aside for just a second. Maybe a rhetorical question, but when was the last time any of us read the North American Model for Wildlife Conservation? There was a technical review of that document by the Wildlife Society and Boone and Crockett back in about 2012, and it's kind of an evaluation by people with sportsman's interest, evaluating what has essentially been the sportsman's Bible for conservation, and basically this is the document that sportsmen live by, and we've heard it today. It's touted many times, rightfully so, as you know, something to be very proud of for sportsmen, and this is what we live by, and one of the things in that technical review talks about warns people with sporting interests, hunting interests, to be careful. Don't be indifferent to the social things that are brought to your attention, the social aspect of hunting, of wildlife take. Don't be immune to it. Don't be ignorant to it. Don't be indifferent to it. It's really important. This is why hunting has progressed, has sustained through the years. It's not because of the fight, it's because of decisions that have been made along the way. You know, there was a time back in the 1920s, 1930s where plume hunting was appropriate, where you know, back in the late 1800s, you could go out and you know, people celebrated Christmas by going out on a Christmas hunt. And basically, you know, the idea was just to shoot whatever you could. Those things are a thing of the past. They're gone. And the reason why those things are gone is because sportsmen have adapted to new social expectations, new social norms. They've listened. They've listened to those folks that are saying, hey, you know, what you're doing, it's not necessarily what you're doing, it's how you're doing it, and it's upsetting and it's bothering us, and we're going to lose support. So, you know, I think it's important that we bring that North American Model for Wildlife Conservation into the conversation. You know, I'll be straight up. It talks about anti-hunting organizations in there, and how kind of how to deal with that. Because it's all about maintaining relevancy. And if we can't get people to the table to talk about issues, then, you know, the relevancy, no matter which side of the equation you're on, is probably going to wane. You're going to lose footing. And it reminds sportsmen of that. And I just wish that there was a way to have a broad conversation about it. You can see this isn't going to go away. It's going to be like this. We walk in here not knowing what we're going to hear today. This is where it's at. I mean, people are upset. They're wanting change. They're wanting conversation, and we're not going there as a commission. We haven't gone there at all today. So I'll get back to the emotion and the social science side. You know, we took a vote on a bighorn sheep area today, 014, had no biological bearing to it, nothing, not at all. Not from what we had heard from the department, but we took it out because it's an emotional issue. It's a social issue. That's why we did it. Doe hunts, ewe hunts, we've heard them before. These are emotional issues. It's okay for them to be emotional issues. It's okay for them to be a social issue. That's what we're up here addressing. And so I guess, you know, I know where things are likely to go. I appreciate that Catherine threw out a couple suggestions for, you know, mitigating some of the pain that people are feeling. You know, I'm not sure if that's enough to sway me to support any change or not. I don't know. But at the bottom, at the end of the day, you know, what are we trying to accomplish? Does it matter or not? What if these things that we've talked about with the bears? What if these were bighorn sheep we're talking about? You know, what if it was, you know, I think we'd have a different engagement for sure. That's just where I'm coming from. I'll leave it at that.
Any additional Commissioner Keel?
Sure, I'll go. Thanks, Chair Caviglio. I guess I'm going to continue to support the bear hunt, mostly based on that last slide that Mr. Jackson had up that was showing the light harvest metrics. You know, but back to the 014 removal out of that sheep hunt that I made the motion for earlier was based entirely on biological data when the department's telling us that there's only 3 mature rams in the area. I mean, if that was the case with the bears, where there were only 3 harvestable bears, I would certainly be the first one to make a motion to close the bear season down, but I don't believe we're clearly there at this point. So I'm going to support the hunt.
Yeah, Pat, you showed it initially, but since the inception of the bear hunt, which was way before my time on the commission, from your modeled population, we've seen no impact from the bear hunt to your modeled population of the bears in Nevada. If anything, the population's increased from 2010.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. The bear population in the state of Nevada has increased since the inception of the hunt.
Okay.
It's not just about biology. I think that's my point. So I appreciate it. I appreciate that you guys are looking at the biology. I do appreciate that. But it's not just about the biology. That's what the North American Model for Wildlife Conservation model says. That's what it says. It's not just biology. It's written right in there. It's a balance of the biology and the social aspects. Just because we can do it doesn't mean that we should. And at some point, in my opinion, especially a state like Nevada, there's probably going to be a reckoning on some of this stuff. And it's just, I don't think it has to be that way. I just don't. These are behaviors that we're trying to manage a little bit and just say, hey, look, this is a bridge too far. And I don't think that this is a binary issue. I don't think a lot of these things are binary issues. There's a couple that definitely are in my mind, but it doesn't have to be one or the other. It's just, is there going to be a conversation on this stuff? You know, I've suggested workshops or whatever, without action items, just to take the heat off of action, just to hear people comment and have those conversations, but we just haven't found our way to it yet, so. So balance is what I see. I mean, I have to go there too. If, in order to find common ground, I'd have to move off of where I'm at too. It's not, I'm not preaching at anybody. I'm just saying that it would take an effort by all of us to find a common place. I'd have to probably move off of where I'm at on things too, so.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I am supportive of this hunt for really the reasons outlined in Mr. Jackson's presentation today. For the folks that have from the public that have come up and spoken, I appreciate your words. And one general theme it seemed that I heard, whether it was in person or online, was this notion of not listening. And although I may disagree and support this hunt, lest anyone think that I'm not listening. I hear you and understand your concerns, and I appreciate you verbalizing those. But anyway, even though I may disagree, I do hear, I do appreciate, and listen to those viewpoints as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Wise.
First, Pat, if you don't mind, could you go back to the QR code before Project 46? Thank you. Just 1 second. Okay, I appreciate that. I am in support of setting season dates for bear hunting, and I don't think bear hunting is going to go away, but I do think there are conversations to be had, and I think we can have those conversations. I think Commissioner McNidge is right about the possibility of holding workshops. I think there's discussions to be had around hounding, and is it or is it not allowing us to determine the sex of bears based on the number of bears that we've harvested that were male and female? It doesn't appear to be the case, and that's something that we should maybe discuss. I also am very much in support of going to the legislature about the edible portions of bear meat. It's something we discussed last year, and it's something that I want to continue to pursue. I think there are questions and things that we can talk about, and I think there are places for us to come together on those items, and I think that we should. But as far as having a bear hunt and setting dates, I approve of moving forward with the season setting.
Additional questions or comments? And I just have to say too, it's kind of, sometimes it feels like with this discussion that it's like a one-off. Bear hunting is very common, US-wide, Canada-wide, worldwide. This isn't like it's a one-off hunt in Nevada. And it's a very common hunt. A lot of people enjoy bear hunting. You cannot deny the fact. Sportsmen enjoy bear hunting. A lot of places allow baiting. We don't allow baiting, right? There's nuances to all of it, but sometimes when we're up here, it feels like we're like the only ones out there having a bear hunt. That you couldn't be further from the truth when it comes to the bear hunt. Bear hunting is very popular. It's been popular for a very long time. This is nothing new that Nevada created in 2010. I just wanted to say that. So, Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no more discussion or questions, I will go ahead and make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 2407, which is the 2024 black bear season. And again, my motion is for approval of that as presented.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-1. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 20J. Commission Regulation 2408, 2024 Mountain Lion Season and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2024-2025 hunting season open units, harvest limits by unit group, hunting hours, and special regulations.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. Today I'm going to cover the department's recommendations for lion seasons as well as harvest limits set forth in Commission Regulation 2408. A little bit about NAC 502-370. It states that licensed sportsmen are able to purchase up to 2 mountain lion tags per year. That's both resident and non-residents. And it specifies that the season will begin in March 1st and go until the last day in February, or until harvest limits are met as set forth by the department. Also in NAC 502-370, limit is 1 animal per tag and 2 maximum tags per person, and hunting is allowed day or night. And sportsmen must call our 1-800 number to ensure that the season is open and harvest limits have not been met. A little bit about our season recommendation. We recommend 1 statewide harvest limit of 247 lions, and we recommend ending the interstate hunt with Utah. In the past, we have allowed Utah sportsmen to hunt in 091, and then Nevada sportsmen to hunt, I believe, in Hunt Unit 1A. We recommend discontinuing that and to abide by state borders. A little bit about how, or one way that we monitor harvest. And so this is a series of genetic subpopulations as captured in Andreessen's 2012 paper. These were attached to our own hunt limits, or I'm sorry, hunt units. And so we have 6 different genetic subpopulations that we monitor. And I look at 2 metrics off of a 3-year average: adult female harvest with seeing if it goes over 35%, and overall female harvest going over 50%. And so this is what you could see with those 2 metrics. I will point out that we are slightly above overall female harvest in the West. I don't believe that that's a cause for concern, and it is not changing my recommendations. And then we do have a few closed unit groups based off of land ownership and restricted access. Excuse me. And with that, I will entertain questions.
Any questions for Pat regarding the mountain lion seasons and harvest limits? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark Cab Chair. Because I have a large board, 7-member board, I always put on my action report a dissenting opinion. And although the board approved going forward with the mountain lion seasons and harvest limits, harvest objectives as presented, I did have one dissenting opinion, and I feel, since I have a board and it was discussed, I always want to make sure that I make public that dissenting opinion. That person felt that we don't have a good handle on population estimates in this state. When you really look at stuff, we do stuff from harvest objective, age class, but if you just do mathematics of, say you have 3,000 lions in the state and a lion eats 1 mule deer a week as its main food source, we don't have enough mule deer to sustain 3,000 mountain lions for 52 weeks. So, I mean, enough mule deer to do that. So that was one of their concerns, that we need better population estimates or a better understanding of why we can sustain a population of 3,000 if that's our estimate. The other thing is that the harvesting of females in the last 3 years, we've harvested 5 lactating females is what was presented by the Department of Wildlife. And so there's a concern that we should be looking at ways of not harvesting females that have cubs in den or are lactating. And finally, basically they don't like the objective of a 24/7 hunting. So that would come back to having some sort of a thing. And so I made the notion, and I'll work with the Department of Wildlife to get information on mountain lions. It will, as a cab, do a kind of a workshop with the public, looking at when do females generally cub, what time of the year, looking at harvest over the last 10 or 15 years, and populations, how much we've done things, everything that we can get, so we have all the data in front of us. And we'll make an informed decision as a cabin public of whether we want to come back with a request or petition to do an amendment to this CR here in the system. But I think that's the only fair way to do it, because I don't have all the information in hand, but I'd like to get that. And that's how I'll be handling this going forward, to give the public a better speak and my board member a better understanding of what we really know about mountain lions in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional cab comment, Sparks.
Hello, Kobe Rowe, Washoe Cab. And again, our discussion and public comment had to do with all edible portions. And if we're gonna have the opportunity, I think, for people to hunt a lion, I think that we should look into changing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional cab comment and Sparks. Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No, okay, public comment and Sparks.
Washoe County, for the record. The department has estimated.
Hey Kathy, can you turn your mic on? It'll turn green.
Oh,
There
I
you go.
got it.
Thank
Sorry, I
you.
didn't push
You're
hard
good.
Okay. The department has estimated 3,200 mountain lions in the most recent big game status book. Couldn't find a management plan. California just completed its first comprehensive estimate of mountain lions between 3,200 and 4,500 mountain animals. The lowest density was in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The highest was in Northwest California, as expected. 3 studies were done costing about $2.5 million. 2 of the 3 estimated the population at the lower number of 3,200. So I'm hoping that one of you, the commissioners, will ask, how exactly does that work? How does Nevada, a state with poorer habitat, a dropping mule deer population, and severe drought or abnormally dry conditions prior to last year, how does it have as many mountain lions as the entire state of California? So what we do know, since the population estimate should clearly be in question, we know we allow these animals to be hunted 24/7, 365 days a year. This fact diminishes the animal's stature perceptually. You allow them to be chased by dogs, which data does actually show allows hunters to sex the animal, unlike bears. But hunters still kill 30 to 50% females in different subpopulations because some hunters just don't care. We know that the compensatory mortality hypothesis has been disproven by showing that hunting of males has a negative additive effect on female population growth and a potential increase in infanticide. And we know that hunting the favored adult male cougar collapses the species' social structure, resulting in increasing home ranges and release of juvenile males. Juvenile males are much more likely to be found near people and are more conflict prone. We know that you haven't changed trapping regulations, which could decrease incidental trapping. Lions with missing toes and partial paws aren't as effective hunters. This makes them more conflict prone as well. In summary, we really don't have a good population on the handle. No offense to the department, but I think counting predators is hard, and models have been found to be very inaccurate. But we do know that multiple studies have found cougar hunting and other human-caused mortality to be additive, not compensatory. We know that by multiple studies that cougar hunting increases human-wildlife conflict. We know that large predators play an important role in shaping ecosystems. We know that predators strengthen the genetics of ungulate populations. The only other question remaining outside of the population is, what are you going to do? Are you going to put your hunting identity aside and do what's right for our wildlife and significantly shorten the season until a new, more realistic population estimate is obtained? Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Sparks.
Larry Johnson. I too question the population estimate. I think it's significantly lower than what we actually really have. I'm in possession of a college textbook published in 1947 that showed the distribution of mountain lions in Nevada, that showed the mountain lion populations were restricted to the eastern 1/3 of the state. When I first came to the state almost 60 years ago, you couldn't find a mountain lion track in the snow while you were deer hunting or chucker hunting. And you can't go chucker hunting today without finding lion tracks in Washoe County. I had a lion take a juvenile horse about 300 yards from my front doorstep in late March. I had lion tracks within 100 feet of my barn in summer. I had a lion kill a 3-point mule deer in my garden in September. Last Saturday, while walking my dog, I have a little bit of property about a mile north of my house, 3 separate lion tracks, an adult male big track, a female track, and on the next ridge, her juvenile kitten. We have such an abundance of mountain lions in western Nevada anyway that I can speak to. I urge you to support this lion season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any additional public comment in Sparks? Okay. Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Myers from Clark County. I do want you to know that I had my hand raised to speak on the bear hunt, but it was ignored, and I'm not sure why. And I don't think it's asking too much for the Commission to disclose how many letters, pro and con, you received both on the bear hunt and the mountain lion hunt. Hunters are permitted to kill about 250 mountain lions a year during a perpetual season that opens March 1st and ends the last day of February. Every hour of every day is open season on mountain lions. Hunters have told me that they hunt them only in the winter when they can see their paw prints in the snow. Well, if that's true, then confine the hunt to winter. Between 2000 and 2021, at least 4,229 mountain lions were killed by Nevada hunters, trappers, and the state's own lethal removal efforts. Although they can't be legally trapped, your own records show about 24 lions are discovered each year in traps set for bobcat, based on reports by trappers, which probably underestimate the real numbers. What we as humans deem acceptable treatment of wildlife is shifting in this era of unprecedented habit loss and biodiversity loss. Public opinion is swinging to more humane treatment of our animals. You as commissioners must understand and acknowledge this change by examining your own feelings and empathy for other creatures. Wildlife belongs to all of us, all of the public, not just the hunters. The views of the public must be taken into account. We are the majority of Nevadans. Please limit the take or the time or cancel this hunt altogether. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, Jim.
Jim on Zoom, please go ahead.
My name is Jim Schmidt, Clark County, Nevada. I hunt in Nevada as well as all over the western states, and I oppose only the hound hunting of mountain lions. I support $5 lion tags for both residents and non-residents. Just like in Washington, we can attain the necessary lion harvest with only spot and stock hunting if we get more people with tags. Washington lengthened their season and slashed their tag prices. Lion harvest in Washington is now up over the days of hound hunting. We cannot keep poking and ignoring the non-hunting community with the offensive tactic of hound hunting of lions. I encourage you not to fall for the argument that all hunters must stand with hound hunters. This is false. This is false. I am not like that. Nevada is a ballot initiative state. A ballot initiative banning all lion hunting will pass in Nevada if one makes it to voters. Therefore, we need to ban hound hunting of lions to save lion hunting by spot and stalk. I was with a friend and we harvested a lion in the middle of the day that I glassed up. We can get this done spot and stalk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, Fred Volz. Akin to the demonization and scapegoating of coyotes and wild horses, mountain lions have been the subject of much vitriol and visceral hatred in Nevada. Finding projects to satisfy the counterproductive predator program statute requires the Commission and NDOW to spend 80% of collected monies on lethal activities and has caused several lethal projects targeting mountain lions. Does anyone know how many lions have been cumulatively killed because of these programs? Just this month, a 7-year California study updated 40-year-old information about the state's mountain lion population. The number range declined significantly by up to 46%. California admitted it had previously done a back-of-the-envelope calculation of mountain lion numbers without much data to support it. Do we have anything better than a back-of-the-envelope guesstimate of Nevada mountain lion numbers before setting a 247 killing quota for licensees? With the 365 24/7 hunting season, when do the lions ever catch a break from pursuit by human killers, be they NDOW licensees or government contract killing mercenaries? Where is the summarized data from Russell Wolstenholme or the current NDOW employee responsible for chronicling all the unintended victims of trapping activities, including mountain lions? What are the mountain lion mortality numbers? What is the additional mountain lion death count from vehicle strikes, rancher and farmer kills, poison, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and all other sources? We see no indication of the consolidated mortalities inflicted on mountain lions and how that relates to an informed guesstimate as to the total mountain lions in Nevada. Why not? Where is the management plan for mountain lions? All these unanswered questions directly impact the wisdom and appropriateness of a mountain lion hunt. To approve this hunt with such sketchy information once again proves the focus on hunter killing opportunities, not wildlife's best interests, when they already face harsh climatic and habitat conditions. And again, I'll ask that these comments be added verbatim to the record of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nevada Voter for Animals, can you speak up, please?
Yes. Hi. For the record, Gina Greisen again, Nevada Voters for Animals. I echo the comments of the previous speakers. It's very troubling to know that it doesn't seem that the commission is basing decisions on a plan, on science, on biology when it comes to many of the different hunts, but especially the mountain lions, the bears, trapping. I mean, the issue of fur trapping is just beyond me that we still allow that. Again, for the record, not against hunting, against fur trapping, against the bear hunt, and not in support of allowing a 24/7, 365 basically hunt of the mountain lions, and also definitely in opposition of allowing hounds to hunt mountain lions. It would be nice if we could actually see a plan and see it based on science rather than just hunter desires. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, with that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission. I do have a question for you, Pat. With Project 42, wasn't that for kind of an updated population estimate on mountain lions in Nevada?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Yes, that is accurate. And as I mentioned yesterday in the predator management plan, that is being slightly updated, tweaked, and formatted to be submitted for peer review this fiscal year.
And I know it's not peer reviewed yet, but what was the last estimate in that?
3,200 to 3,400, and it's important to note that's all individuals, not adults.
Correct. Additional questions or comments? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. And Pat, this is the one that Pat had, I asked Pat to provide a copy of that manuscript to us, and he said that he would at some point here, sooner than later, I imagine. And I was going to mention the integrated population model that California just completed. It was a pretty substantial effort. I mean, their DNA analysis, collaring, scat analysis, all sorts of, anyway, it's pretty comprehensive. And, Nevada's complicated because we have, I had a chance to talk to a couple of folks from the department, and Nevada's a little complicated because we don't have a mule deer population that could support that many lions, but we also have an awful lot of horses. And so there's other things at play there. So it's a tough one to sift out. It's a really, lion counting in Nevada is incredibly difficult at best, and I recognize that. For me, I think there's room for improvement still. I've been mentioning this as you guys have seen me kind of migrate this way. I think there's talk about accounting for all types of mortality, whether that be through wildlife services, our projects, car hits, whatever we know about. I think that things like the take of lactating females, people that don't have an opinion about wildlife are going to form one as this becomes their first venture into wildlife. If that's it, they'll form an opinion, all right. They're not going to look too far beyond that to fall out in a place. So those are concerns of mine. I also think the incidental take on the trapping, I think there's places that we could work in those areas. And I'm not against lion hunting. This number of 247, I've talked to a lot of people about it. And, if we had a good, a model that I'm comfortable with, I could see that number going up as well as I could see it go down. I've kind of brought that to people's attentions, that, hey, that number could go up just as it could go down. But that to me makes more sense. We've been sitting on the 247 for a long time, and it just tells me that it's a soft landing spot considering all the other variables. It's hard to get all those variables in line, and it's just a spot that's been that we've been able to land in and not have too many problems, I guess. I don't know, but anyway, that I won't support it. I think there's room for improvement still, and until we make pathways that way, I'm probably not going to support it.
Any additional commission questions or comments? Discussion? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there is no more discussion or comments around this, I'll go ahead and move to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion for approval of Commission Regulation 24-08. This is the 2024 Mountain Lion Season and Harvest Limits. I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented.
Second. Okay, Commissioner McNinch.
So one question, I'm not going to support the motion, but I think it's important. Pat had mentioned the interstate hunt with Utah. Is that 091? Is,
That is correct, yes.
so it's listed as being one of the huntable units on our thing, I think, still. Let me look, maybe I misread it. It says unit groups and it does have, I think it has 091 in there still. It does.
I guess just for clarification, Pat, is the plan still to leave 091 open? We just won't have the interstate hunt?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist, for the record, yes. Nevada sportsmen can hunt in Nevada in Hunt Unit 091. I don't have that document in front of me. I believe it used to have an asterisk next to it with some context below, and I believe it's the asterisk in that context that was removed.
I think it was just important to get that clarified, so, thanks.
Okay, with that, we do have a motion and we do have a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-1. With that, we will go to agenda item number 20K, Commission Regulation 2409, 2024-2025 Restricted Non-Resident Guide Mule Deer Seasons and Quotas, Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2024-2025 hunting season and quotas for restricted non-resident guided mule deer, including hunt boundary restrictions.
All right. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. Yeah, I didn't prepare much for an overview other than what you have for support material. Our restricted non-resident guided hunt is largely dictated by Nevada Revised Statute 502.147, which essentially lays out the formula to calculate these quotas based on the previous year, not to exceed 16% of the total, or 400 tags, whichever is greater. We're well below the 400 tags, so we're good there. And then on a unit-by-unit basis, we're using the not to exceed 37.5%, rounded to the nearest whole number as the formula for calculating our quotas. And really the only change we're proposing on dates is the area 221 to 223 to essentially mirror the changes that you all just approved earlier with the mule deer season, going to an early-late structure and striking out that mid-season. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Cody? Okay, seeing none from the commission, any cab comment? Any, oh.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. The only change that we'd like to see would be in that unit 043, 044, and 046. That unit used to have 045 included in it, and we had cut that one out last year as a standalone unit because that's where the largest population of the deer are. And so we would like to see, because that 43, 44, and 46 doesn't have that per se that many deer in it, we'd like to cut that to 1 instead of 3. I talked to Cody about it already. He didn't hit me or anything when I said that, but he didn't mention it either, so.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Any additional cab comment? Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment? Public comment on Zoom? With that, I'll bring it back to the commission. And Cody, just in relation to Mr. Krim's comment, I mean, we're kind of married, I don't know if we're to these numbers based off the NRS.
Yeah, for the record, Staff Specialist, Cody Schroeder. Well, I mean, it is interesting. I don't know that we're married to them. I can pull up NRS, I can pull it up and look at it, but it essentially says we can't exceed 37.5%, and so they're recommending less. So technically, you could lower the quota.
Okay.
And I don't have any, biological reason not to. This is, the tags, essentially, if they don't get subtracted, will get added to the regular non-resident quota, just so everybody's aware. So it won't really change the net people out there on the landscape. It'll just take 2 tags away from the guided draw and put them into the regular draw.
Got it. Any additional commission questions or comments or discussion? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So was the intention to swap those 2 tags into the 045 unit?
No, I believe they just want to reduce the quota from 3 to 1. So it would be this one right here. And it would still follow the NRS. It would not exceed. These are all based on the exact 37.5% of the previous years. But there's no reason why they couldn't be less.
But to your point, it's just moving out of the guide draw into the non-resident.
Essentially, yes.
Everybody's getting sleepy. Ugh. Any further discussion or thoughts or?
I guess I'd
Commissioner
just
Keel.
clarify with maybe Cab Member Krim, does it really matter to Pershing if it's in the non-resident draw or in the regular non-resident pool?
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. I guess we didn't realize that if we moved it out of there, that it was gonna go into the non-resident anyway. So I guess at this point, it's neither here nor there.
Okay. Could also, during the May commission meeting, recommend to reduce it there. So you could take it away still if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Booth.
I have a question relative to removing it out of the guided section. Did you include any guides in Pershing County relative to their perspective on that? Because it sounds like it may adversely affect their clientele numbers.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab, and no, nobody shows up to our meetings anyways to voice an opinion.
Well, it may be a good reason for them to show up now.
Well, that's on their shoulders. We post a meeting and we do the meetings, but nobody shows up. If we had a member of the public, it would be a surprise.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. With that, I think I'll go ahead and move to adopt Commission Regulation 2409, the 2024 and 2025 restricted non-resident guided antler mule deer hunt as presented.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, agenda item number 21, future commission meetings and committee committee assignments, Secretary Janae and Chairman Cavilla. The next commission meeting is scheduled for March 8th and 9th, 2024 in Las Vegas. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed.
So on my list, topics that I see that we'll be covering at the next meeting will be the predator plan, at the wildlife damage. We'll be dealing with wild waterfowl seasons and wildlife trust account, as well as we can come back with an update on our evaluation on a harvest report and what opportunities there may lay there after a conversation with Gordon Darby. But it is going to be the meeting of the committees. I see that we're going to need a TAC committee, a heritage committee, wildlife damage, APRP, and the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. So our representatives that are staffed to those chairs will be reaching out to the committees to try to plan that. I think we can probably host some of those virtually to try to minimize the conflicts, as this meeting will be down in Vegas.
Okay.
Did you have anything else, Chair?
No, we were asked yesterday about maybe an update, and there may be nothing on the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch, but maybe just do a brief update on that.
Thank you. We'll bring forward what we have at that time.
Okay, and then I just wanted, I've kind of had brief discussions with the department, but I think the Landowner Compensation TAG Committee, it sounds like we might want to fire that one back up. Vice Chair Rogers wants to chair it, but as far as the commission members and maybe CAB members and public representatives, we'll determine that. But it sounds like we want to bring that one back up active again. Maybe by the next meeting, we can seat that committee.
Okay.
All right. And with that, lost my spot. We will go agenda item number 22, public comment period, informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record.
Chair, if I may interrupt, that last on the commission meeting and commission committee assignments, that was for possible action, so we should probably close the loop on that one.
Got ahead of myself. Okay, we'll back up to agenda item number 22. Any CAB comment? Seeing none. Any CAB comment on Zoom? Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? All right. I was doing so good. I had to get right down to the end. All right. Agenda item number 22, public comment period, informational.
For the record, Larry Johnson, and I represent Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. I'm president. Hopefully I get 6 minutes because I got 2 items, okay? First one, kind of redundant on some of the testimony today. CI2M, Native American, Concow tribe of the Feather River, just the other side of Quincy. The bear hunt was a portion of our religion, portion of our tradition. It was a rite of passage for our young men, and we ate bears, okay? John Fremont, Kit Carson's journals documenting killing grizzly bears at the mouth of the Feather River and inviting our warriors in for the banquet. And when they recovered arrowheads beneath the skin of this grizzly bear, and they marveled at the great quantity of meat these guys could consume. But so it is, the bears were not off limits as far as Native Americans go. I can't speak for the local Washoe tribe. Along those veins, we did consume meat from what we killed. And in that respect, I support the change to use the edible parts of both bears and mountain lions. And I realize that requires an NRS, and of course, Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife, that's what we do is legislation. And I want to have discussions with the department as whether it would be their bill, our bill. We can arrange sponsors, we can do whatever, but it's something I think would be prudent to advance through the next legislature. Okay, next item is mule deer. I also sit on the Washoe County Subcommittee for the Mule Deer Enhancement, and our deer are in real trouble, quite frankly. It's hard for me to admit that I lived and hunted through the good old years in Nevada of 60s, 70s, 80s, and so forth. But we have tried to identify every factor, every adverse impact that would affect our deer herds, and particularly we've singled out Area 014. And so we have thrown great sums of money at wildfire restoration. We've done a lot in water resource work. We've done a lot in GPS. When it came to predator control, which we felt was also important, we had some arm wrestling to do, quite frankly, with the Department of Wildlife, but we have a program underway in which we have removed more mountain lions from Area 014 than could eat the entire projected population, deer population, probably twice the population, okay? So I urge us to look at every factor we can possibly throw at these management areas. Along those lines, I gotta really commend the Department of Wildlife, their Habitat Division. These guys have put so many wonderful projects on the ground, as many as they can permit, design, contract out, and do contract administration on. That's their limiting factor. And I want to enter into discussions with the department as well, as if there are potentially additional funds available in this arena for habitat improvements, and I don't care if it's controlled burns, chainings, whatever, that they consider even contract work outside. There are firms that do permitting. There are firms who do contract administration and so forth like this. Can we be doing more? Because our deer are in real trouble, and we need to be doing everything that we can possibly think of, okay? Oh, by the way, in the feather, my great-grandfather, famous Indian tracker, manhunter, some people said bounty hunter, Dixie Johnson, the Dixie Fire, the second largest fire in California history, was on his pack trail, is where it started and why it was named the Dixie Fire. He's probably rolling over in his grave because it'll take a lifetime to restore the damage that occurred from that fire, okay? Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. I was an uninformed member of the public 10 years ago when the bear hunt started. I also come from a hunting family in Texas and Alabama. Had my own support wildlife tag when I lived in Tennessee. Moved out here, heard about a bear hunt, and here we are. I didn't even know bears were hunted. I almost felt betrayed, I have to say. So this commission created me, and you are creating more people like me. They're often silent because they see the futility in the process, and it's continuing to perpetuate. Now back to my originally scheduled comment. Anyway, I recently took a trip to Rome and visited the Colosseum. Historian Cassius Dio estimated that over 9,000 animals were killed over the course of the 100-day inauguration. There are stories in Virginia City Museum that tell tales of bears and other animals fighting, dogs fighting. The list goes on and on. Of course, society has changed and these activities are now taboo. But are they? So many current wildlife regulations allow a similar kind of behavior, just outside of the public eye. Should anything go if a population doesn't decline? Does taking the meat matter when the intent is clearly a trophy? I mean, to me, it only takes away from scavengers. It's worse for the environment. What's okay when hunting an animal? The line is different for different people. So once again, I am going to request the commission add an ethics committee or something similar. In this forum, I come across as lecturing, judgy. There's nothing I can do about that. Everyone's shields are up and biases are working. Discussing these differences, making us all uncomfortable, and I'm very uncomfortable. It's courageous, though. It's courageous to have a different opinion than those in your peer group. And it's a shame that so many in the hunting community punish those who think differently so severely. The only way I see a small chance for understanding would be some type of committee allowing for open dialogue. Wildlife management is like a microcosm of the current political landscape. Demonizing each other only perpetuates this lack of understanding. Wildlife in the West is really struggling. And it is so short-sighted to think that people with different perspectives aren't valuable. And that's how we feel, as useless. So in close, to quote Adam Grant, one of my favorite authors, the goal of a great discussion isn't to land on the same page, it's to explore different views. Nods and smiles stroke your ego and close your mind. Thoughtful questions stoke your curiosity and stretch your thinking. Consensus makes you comfortable. Dissent makes you stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. I come off a little hard a while ago when I was talking about the bear hunts. We don't really care whether we have a bear hunt in Mineral County or not. But part of the reason was that we had bad weather last year, like the rest of the state. People call me, I didn't get any calls last year, but people call me and say, where's the bears? We don't get that many bear hunters in our area, but we do get a few. And what I have to tell them is, you have to go where the deer are. The deer migrate in, the bears follow them. We have resident bears, yes, that live on Mount Grant. And when the weather pushes them off the hill where they can't find anything to eat, they go to the community, and NDOW has to come down and take them back up in the mountains. Or they get hit by cars. But anyway, the thing about it is, the bears follow the deer because the deer beat down the snow, and they go to where the berries and forbs are, and so do the bears. That's their food source. So they follow them in from California. If I don't have a migration, we don't have an overflux of bears. So there's not that many bears harvested in Mineral County. There's a few, but not many. So, that's the way we see it down there is they don't just come to Mineral County because they want to come there. They follow the food source. And the deer are trampling the snow and giving them the food source for the berries and the forbs that they eat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
I'll be quick. Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. I wanted to address the comment by Sportsman after I testified about listening to other things other than emotion. But I do want to remind those same sportsmen that hunter opportunity is all about emotion when you look at it. I also want to address anecdotal evidence about mountain lions in the state. I live in South Suburban Reno. I've lived in Reno most all my life. And South Suburban Reno, I've lived there for 60% of my life. And we have mountain lions all the time. We text each other, call each other, let each other know when there's a mountain lion running around, protect your pets, take care of your little ones. I have mountain lions on my roof, and the reason I know that is because I see them when it snows. I can see where they've been. And it's no reason to hound them or go out and kill them just because you have a mountain lion in your yard. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Sparks. Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Hi, Commissioners, this is Stephanie Myers again. I would just like to second Kathy Smith's idea of having some ethics discussions. Despite what you say, we do not feel heard. We do not think you are listening to us. Meeting after meeting after meeting, you beat us down. I don't know how any of us have survived. We really need more discussion. You need more discussion, and you need to hear what the general public has to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No more? All right.
Chair, if I may.
Okay, Director Janae.
Yeah.
I almost had it.
I know. I was fulfilling someone's wish, but basically wanted to give an update to the commission, as this will be Jen Newmark's likely her last commission meeting. She is actually going to work for Wildlife Management Institute. And if you recall, Tony Wasley, that dirty dog, stole her away. And so she's been working with us since 2015, and she has been a heck of an asset. She's done great things for the department, and she's done a great job at leading the Wildlife Diversity Division. But I promised her that I wouldn't do this at the beginning of the meeting, but as she is not getting off that easy. But I just wanted to let folks know and just acknowledgement and appreciation of all the work that she's done through the years, the efforts that she's made in leading that division, and all the contributions that she's done for Nevada's wildlife, which is often that segment of wildlife populations that are not talked about much in here. They're the other high percentage of the 900 species that we have in the state of Nevada. And so, though not talked about, they're a significant portion of Nevada's wildlife heritage, and we definitely appreciate her work in that. And she's not far. We're very happy in that sense, is that we'll continue to lean on her, but we wish her well, and I just wanted to give a thank you.
Thank you, Jan. And I think we all enjoyed your personality on all your reports and everything you've given to us over the years. So thank you very much, and good luck on your next endeavor. And with that, we will be adjourned till March. See everybody in March.
Got to say it finally.
Recording stopped.